It's here! Finally, war. Alright, so there's that. Yeah, tweet out. I'll probably meander a while here on the title screen just to allow notifications to propagate and kind of gauge a little bit of a preamble for the eventual recording, which this is one recording setup where like the relevant buttons on OBS for like fine slicing of recording time aren't gonna respond well. So yeah, this is just extra raw leading bit is gonna be left on. Hello, uncut. Hello and welcome to war. So we have here, on its day of release, the button having been pressed just 10 minutes ago to set it loose upon the internet for general consumption. Hearts of Iron 4, the latest member of one of Paradox Interactive's longest-running franchises of grand strategy, focusing on the Second World War. This looked pretty good! I also said that about Stellaris, but this is, looked good in any other way. So, naturally, this is a Paradox launch, so there's gonna be some things that are janky and jittery. There's been plenty of signs of weird AI behaviors and so forth that can cause shenanigans, but one of my big recurring complaints over the course of my Stellaris launch marathon and general purpose binge was there were a bunch of, convenience and systems and automation that were missing as far as, streamlining the player experience. Hearts of Iron 4 is systems all the way down. They have just all the way been making more tools to simplify your interactions with things. So, arriving here from Hearts of Iron 3, the one before it, which was, managed to be fun in spite of itself, it was micromanagement hell. So many hundreds of thousands of tiny moving parts that you could either shuffle around by hand or put into the hands of some really bad automation that had no idea what it was doing and would just kind of trip over itself and choke and die. And the game would inevitably kind of get bogged down in its own weird morass of systems and just kind of collapse. They have faced all of those problems and made them whole. So we're going to see how well they will hold up to expectations as we go ahead and conduct. There exists a tutorial. I do not need that. I know what I'm doing. Yeah. History needs no tutorials. So, first of all, there are, for someone coming in, here, we begin. Number of starting scenarios is very firmly crunched down for now on release. Paradox has been increasingly, they used to put in a whole bunch of different starting scenarios, spanning the full time frame of a given game, but it was very quickly realized nobody ever plays the later starts. Nobody wants those. Pretty much anyone, given the full list of options on a Paragame, tries to start as early as possible, just to have the most time to fiddle around and manipulate and alter their country. So yeah, Hearts 4 coming out here. You have the August of 39 start for here's the world set up at the start of the World War for when you want to just do the vanilla World War pretty much as it happened. And then there's the more traditional settled in for this grand campaign start of January of 36, where you have, for most countries, several years to build up your industries and customize your army and realign your politics however you'd like, and generally sculpt the war you want. You have a chance for things to go off the rails and wander off into shenanigans. I say for most countries, because there's a couple where one of the reasons you would play the earlier scenario is because they have stuff that happens right away that you might want to get involved in, like say the fighting between Japan and China unfolds late 36, early 37, and you get right in there, and so forth. And the earlier start, you get things like the Spanish Civil War that goes on, and you have a lot of opportunities to do things. So anyway, off the top here, there is naturally this quick select menu for all of your various traditional big names that you might be interested in when conducting the World War. Everyone is receiving all these lovely portraits that they have worked on constructing. This, majestic Hitler, smug Mussolini. Kind of weary and cautious here. He's just kind of bored here. Just, you done yet? Been here all day. Just take the photo. Old Joe Steele, and so forth. Also, interestingly enough, so for the German release of the game, Hitler and a bunch of other German leadership have their portraits blacked out in order to comply with laws about Nazi iconography and so forth. And what they've actually done is those are exported into a DLC pack on the side, which is just like there's a couple of free DLCs that are innately included. So even though I don't have technically a European copy of the game, I could, by disabling the German Portrait DLC, just choose to have the Shadow Hitler they replace him with whenever I want. I like that I have that option if I just want to have Shadow Hitler. He can just be mysterious leader Spectre. But anyway, so one of the other main draws about Paragames in the historicals is, other people would just include all of these big names and that's it, here's your list of folks you get to play as. In a Paragame, you can be anybody. We're just gonna throw open the map here. Yeah, no Iron Man. I'm gonna leave historical AI focuses on to minimize the amount of running off the rails. They can still run off the rails when you're in historic mode, but it'll be slightly less intense. So anyway, you can just head out onto the map and grab whoever you want from wherever you want and just be somebody. And there's various competing wisdoms as to what's a good tutorial country to get a grip of how Hearts of Iron works. A lot of people just say be Germany because then you are you're the primary aggressor and instigator who gets a lot of things started, and you get to just pick a series of gradually larger fights in order to get yourself broken in and worked out. First you fight Poland, and you deal with Poland, then you fight France, and France is tougher than Poland. And then if you're done with that, you turn around and you try to take on the Soviets, and so forth. And so a lot of people suggest that. Others will suggest, as a starter country, to go with the USA, since you're way off on the other side of the world, isolated, all your industry, all your resources are safe. You have oceans between you and all your enemies, and you have a shitload of industry, so you can pretty much afford to build any army you could want, and just try things, and if you try things that don't work all that well, you can afford to rebuild and reorganize and do whatever you like, but you're also really isolationist, so it takes a while to actually get into the war when you are America. There are mechanics in place to slow down your ability to escalate. For democracies in general, but then especially for America. They have an extra layer of hesitation they need to overcome. But for my own opinion on the subject, I actually usually, when wanting a good moderate size run of hearts to feel things out, I go for Canada. Because, like America, you are very comfortably separated from everything else that's going on in the world. You have distance on your side. But you're not as isolationist. You're good friends with Britain and so forth. So when the war starts, you will be there right away. And while you're not terribly huge, you have enough industry and enough people that you can afford to build one well-equipped and well-trained army and some supporting elements for it and have them go do a thing. You're not going to be overrunning vast swaths of heavily fortified territory, but you can pick specific targets that you want to deal with and win them out. You can be okay, I want to win Africa. I want to get Italy out of Libya and I want to save Ethiopia. And you can do that. Or you can be I'm going to invade Greece as a distraction and hold the line in Greece. Take responsibility for a little section of the front and do them well, while your other larger allies do the heavy lifting. You end up having just enough stuff that you can keep your attention invested in everything that's going on. Anyway, let's go into the options for a moment here. Just be sure that there's not some manner of... I'm going to turn down texture quality just to go ahead and avoid... Preempt performance issues. Units, shadows, weather, reflections. Yeah, for the most part, just turn down the texture quality for now. I mean, it's a map game. You're not too worried about precision, visuals. Also, I was in here just be sure that, let's see, cloud saving, monthly autosaves, cooperative mode, NATO symbols. Alright, good. Just making sure there was no, like, Lucky Nation analog that I would want to disable first. If things get stuttery, I will turn off more of those visual options, but for now, we'll leave them on and see how they go. Anyway, let's get in there. Let's gather some storms. It is time to Canada. And we'll get to experience what is new and different from the other Hearts of Irons, as I naturally am going to leave time frozen for a while and start poking around, looking for all the bits and bobs, just seeing what I have and meeting the interface and so forth. Oh yes, for someone not acquainted with history, these are part of the United Kingdom because the Dominion of Newfoundland and Labrador was a separate colonial administration that was more directly tied with Britain until 49. They did not join Canada until then. So as of the war, this is just British territory. Ish. They did not have their own self-governance. Let's take a look around our Canada. Let's get in there. See what we have got. Let's see, so we got some militia standing around out here. We own a couple of boat. 2 little destroyers, 2 Saguenay class Type 1 destroyers. Around there. More militia in New Brunswick. Various little... We'll get to see what's in one of these militia divisions. Got a small cavalry unit there. Bunch of militia, a bunch of cavalry dotted around the provinces. Or in the middle. Not that our initial disposition of forces matters a whole lot when we're out here in the sticks. All of this is going to be getting rebuilt and reshuffled and so forth as we get together. So we have another little naval base out there. We have a variety of airports, but doesn't look like any of them. Wait, that one has planes. Let's take a look there. 24 whole aircraft. I have a handful of naval bombers stationed in South Ontario. Now that the soundtrack has had a chance to get in, how's the audio balance here, audience? Is it too loud? Am I too loud? Let's get some comparative loudness measures going on. Or what's what. Or I settle into the meat of exploring the interface. Because there's a lot of bits that need to be looked at. Bitrate on the stream has just dropped out. You know what, let's preemptively turn off all of those options. Just to keep things comfy. I do not need trees. I do not need reflections. When you have this thing on full quality, it's a very pretty map, but I do not need a fully beautified map. Let's see. Yeah, the stream has dropped. The recording will go on, but the live audience is being temporarily denied, just as I've asked their opinion about something. Typical. Yeah, Watt River's on. No need for pixel shaders. Alright. Throw that down. See if... There we go! Immediately much smoother. Good. Very good. Very smooth. It's saying it's only dropped 50 frames on the broadcast. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Just bear with us a moment. Just quick blink of the soon. We might be fine. Always with the reconnecting. Alright, we'll... Yeah, bear with us a moment. If this becomes too much of an intermission, I will just cut it out. from the recording. I could always go through the process of editing. We seem to be back up, though. Maybe? Yeah, bitrate's good. Yep, there are bits, there are frames, there are audience. Yep. Okay, so audio balance seems alright. They're already talking about... Oh, so, here we are. We have a country. We have various things. So, top bar here, national unity. This is an overall measure of, like, you know, morale and popular support within the government. The very important thing it does for the game's mechanics is this sets how badly you need to be beaten up before your country will surrender. Because while most other Paradox games engage in, like, gentlemen's wars where there's a few specific objectives that get fought over and only those will be claimed by the victor or defended by the defeated and so forth, and you have a very long time span where you iterate through many wars over the course of the campaign. This is World War II. It's one big murder ball of total war that does not end until the last of your enemies is dead. You must completely crush and annihilate whoever you go up against. So your unity rating is effectively how much of your country's, like, victory point value has to be taken by hostiles before you will surrender. And once that much of you is taken, you will surrender. However, we're pretty good for that. We have 90% unity. That's quite good. A lot of other countries do not start that well off. So, yeah, basically all of our vast frigid wasteland would need to be taken by an invading force before we would give in. Over here we have political power. That is a resource that we use to, like, appoint ministers and pass laws and otherwise get at a whole bunch of modifiers and benefits. Over here is our manpower pile, how many, you know, able-bodied young folk we have ready to go out and serve. You can see we have an amount free, we have an amount that is currently tied up, and part of how the manpower system works, we have an overall population, and then based on our laws, a percentage of that population is usable for our purposes in the military, and we can use, like, drafting laws to turn up how much of the population we can use. But if we go in too hard on the recruitment and we throw away too many lives in the field, then we're gonna end up, like, scraping the barrel and undermining ourselves elsewhere, because there's just nobody left being the country, running the economy. And over here we have just a nice little convenient factory count. We can see we have many different kinds of factory to work with, and I'll get into those when we reach the production screen. Right now we have an overall industry rating of 19. We're pretty small, we're moderate size, and we're going to try to dig into more of that. Over here, along the bar, are 3 kinds of experience. We earn, like, global level strategic experience in Army, Navy, and Air Force that we use to customize our units and make them better. Just, you know, learning in response to what we do in the field, so that we can, starting off from just, you know, we hypothetically have built an armored fighting vehicle, you know, it's covered in steel, it has a gun, it has an engine, this should be able to do fighting. Then you go out and actually use it somewhere, and a bunch of them spontaneously catch fire, and you send news of this back home to the designers, and they're like, oh, wait! Right, bullets shouldn't go there, that's move them over here, and so forth. So yeah, we use this experience to customize our units. Right now we have none, and we will have to get at supplies of it, either by picking fights, or you can get a bit of experience by just running training exercises among your units. Convoy efficiency. We have convoys. They're a pretty valuable resource for conducting trade with other countries, and for getting supplies out to soldiers if they are, you know, across a body of water from your homeland, as all of our fights will be. And you want to build up more convoys, you want to defend your convoys, because hostile fight boats are going to be trying to murder your poor defenseless convoys. And if you run out of them, then you get bottlenecked as far as your ability to move things overseas. One of the things I intend to do with this Canada is to build up, like, a little submarine hunting navy of destroyers and maybe some small cruisers to do, you know, counter-sub warfare in the Atlantic and protect convoys, mine own and other people's. So yeah, there's the bar. Got our speedometer, got our time and date, where in Hearts, unlike in other para games, the individual like ticks of game mechanics are hours. You have a cycle of day and night that matters. As time moves forward, like combat bonuses shifting either way. You just have that more fine-toothed mechanic for when you're actually moving people around and engaging in battle. 3 map modes available under here. Map modes are pretty useful right now. We are actually left in air mode because I selected those planes, but let's see. Yeah, like... Well, no, I've gone into... These are overview buttons. Never mind. Map modes are over here. So, land map mode, conventional one, we see borders and provinces and so forth. Navy map mode, where you also get to see the air zones as well. I suppose they overlap. You get to see the, like, large blocks of area into which Navy stuff occurs. Talk more about those later. And similarly, air mode, where you look at the various air combat zones that exist. Where, in short, instead of needing to, like, micromanage slide around a pog on the individual, like, sea zone provinces and so forth, when you have a Navy or an Air Force and you want to do something with it, you put it into a zone, and then it's just kind of there in the entire zone at once. And when there's an opposing force also in that zone, they rub up against each other and exchange fire. And, like, have chances of provoking events against each other. So, overview buttons. We have a division overview for our 13 military divisions, which we have a handful of militia. Allegedly 10, going by the numbering scheme there. But actually just 8. Some of our numbers are missing. Who misplaced the 8th and 9th militia? Where did they go? Who lost them? Why is 8th militia not reporting for duty? So we got a handful of infantry and a handful of cavalry, who are apparently the 2nd, 4th, 13th, 12th, and 10th. Numbering schemes. These will all get shuffled around and put into places. Yeah, we have a summary there. 8 infantry type, 5 cavalry type, and some overall modifiers that we have. These will get changed around by when we have, like, doctrines or special consultants and policies. We get, like, we're half as effective at fighting at night. Ordinary speed, ordinary planning speed. We get up to 50% planning bonus, up to 125% entrenchment bonus. 15 points of trench. Our base value for soldier experience is 100. Partisans, air support, reinforcements, supply consumption, attrition rates, penalties for being out of supply, and supply grace. We'll all get to know what these mechanics mean later. Navy overview. Yeah, we just have our 2 destroyers and our tiny little squadron there. Where apparently we're bad at escorting. We'll have to learn about that. Adequate at sortie. Terrible at naval targeting. We don't know jack about these boats, but we have them. They're ours. We'll try to figure out boats together. And Air Force, just my 24 naval bombers chilling in southern Ontario. Type 1 naval bombers. And various efficiency ratings related to that, all pretty well close to normal. 130 here. Is that... yeah, that is starting at 130. Alright, so importantly now, on the top bar here as I make my way along, we have this globe. This globe is the world tension meter. So what happens here, right now, the world is at peace. Everything is fine and calm and normal, and everything is fine, nothing is broken. We're all fine here. How are you? On Earth, there is no war. Why would there be any war? We just fought the war to end wars. Everything is fine. So what this is about is, right now, it's at 0. And since we are a democracy, for example, it's probably more intricately laid out somewhere else. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we're not allowed to do right now because the world is at peace. We can't justify committing to joining an international alliance or lend-leasing equipment to belligerents or guaranteeing the independence of countries or other such things. Because there's just everything is calm. But as certain people in certain nations start doing things to rock the boat and shake up the status quo, that number will go up. And once it gets over certain thresholds, we become allowed to do things. So that's the general dynamic that's in place in the build-up phase of Hearts of Iron. The various, authoritarian, autocratic governments have free hand to take the initiative and start doing things, but the faster they try to do things, the sooner they provoke the democracies into being allowed to go after them and intervene. You have that balancing act when you're running as, say, Germany or the Soviets or Italy, where you want to start doing aggressive things in order to gain ground and build up material and resources to be ready for the big fight. But if you do it too fast, you will trip the alarm early and could prematurely end up at war. You have this balancing act of trying to get more stuff for yourself without actually, frightening everyone into convincing them that you're actually worth intervening. You gotta walk that line. So anyway, here we are, getting into actual menus where I'll start doing things. Canada, under Mackenzie King. We have no national spirits. This is an area where various passive bonuses go in. A bunch of other countries have ones that they will start with for flavor, and ones they can earn and drop over time. Right now, on release, most of the flavor stuff that exists is for the traditional Big 8, and also before release they finished Poland. They had just a day 0 free DLC that contained unique content for Poland just to get things started. So as Canada, we're going to be working primarily with the generic baseline stuff, which is not bad stuff, it's just unfocused, versatile stuff. So, over here now, this is the focus tree. Where, what this is over here, so, essentially this thing over here, this is a tech tree of sorts, where we can spend political points to pass laws in order to accomplish various things. You can see over here we have, like, army reform efforts, where we can get some experience and get faster at researching doctrines, or get production bonuses for various kinds of equipment, or research bonuses for breaking into different types of weapons and so forth. Over here, similarly, there's like a tree that you can go through for improving your Air Force, or improving your Navy. And this is one of the ways that you can get at experience early without having to actually get into fights. Way off over here on the right side, we have where I'm probably going to start with my focuses, industrial efforts, in order to build up more factories and improve our research efforts. Yeah, just get free building slots, get free factories, get free infrastructure, get all kinds of arming done, mostly as a means to get down here to extra research slots and certain other special toys, which we might be able to go after. And way over here off on the far right edge, political focuses with which you can try to realign your country towards any of the major blocks. We have just get a bunch of political power back out of this first focus, and then if you were trying to jump into an ideology other than your norm, or more aggressively get into one of the alliances, you would use this focus tree or others like it. So you could be like, have this initial, anywhere where you see an exclamation mark like this, that's a choice, an exclusive choice that you need to make. So we could, at this first branch, go with, liberal, democratic political leanings or authoritarian political leanings. Use those to go into either fascist alignment or communist alignment. Down there, where you can eventually work your way towards being hooked up to those alliances. Or going down the right side, you can, while being democratic, slowly either stay neutral for a while just to get a bunch of political power and some other bonuses to like forts and so forth, while still holding off on actually engaging in the war. Or you can start trying to get more interventionist and gain more tools sooner for trying to get involved in conflicts where they occur. Going down this far right edge branch here is what you would do if you were aiming to, like, intervene in the Spanish Civil War or other early conflicts like that. you'd gain the ability to start just sending folks out to just participate in other people's wars without actually being involved. However, to get started, industry focus. Industry for victory. Production. By all means, yeah, that's... Now that I've done that, that's going to just slowly consume political power over time until it's done. That'll give me a benefit, and then I can move on. So, what else we're on here? We're a democracy. Elections occur, which can shuffle around who is in charge. We are already a member of the Allies. Excellent. That saves me time. We are already pre-attached to an alliance, and if we wanted to go off into a different one, that would take further effort. But yeah, we are allied. We have this pie chart here representing political alignments within the country, which for gameplay purposes are purely in terms of which alliance would you align with. So we, although they're flavorfully named after various political parties from the countries involved, we're not actually 98% run by the Liberal Party right now, flavorfully internally. There's more mixing around, but everyone pretty well agrees that we're in it with Britain as part of the Allied forces. And the other dots here are for either aligning with the Comintern, aligning with the Axis, or being neutral. There's a neutral influence that exists as well. Several countries elsewhere start with heavy neutral influence. I want to, like, look at... America is strongly blue leading anyway, but still neutral. But yeah, like... Let's see. Yeah, Yugoslavia is mostly non-aligned politics right now. Bulgaria, non-aligned. Turkey, non-aligned. Saudi Arabia over here has zero opinion about anything. Abdulaziz don't give a fuck about international politics. So anyway, other thing that we have in this tab is the other main use of political power, where we have all these bubbles down here that are either laws that we have in place or like various notable leaders and politicians and firms that we have aligned with. But what you can do is spend political power to adjust your laws, where right now we have a volunteer-only army, so we have pretty low recruitable population. Could be worse though, we could be disarmed, allowed to use even fewer people, but yeah, we can, over time, once we have political power, start to escalate on that to get more manpower. But if you push too far, you start having some penalties that go in as well. Scraping the barrel, just man in barrel. You're absolutely desperate, lose 40% of your production and your construction, and make it harder to train people, but hey, you can use a quarter of your entire body of folk for fighting. But yes, so this is... Escalating conscription is one of those things that is tied to, like, your politics and your levels of world tensions. You can see right now, we could, if we had the power, go in for limited conscription and get an extra % of recruitable population. We could not go in for extensive unless we were fascist, communist, or already at war with someone who is at least half as strong as we are. And we could not jump up to the higher ones unless similarly at war with someone appropriately large. The larger our possible opponents, the more desperate we can become for recruitment. So over here as well, we have economic laws. Right now we are export focused. Our factories work harder, and our construction runs faster. And we're good at research, but we also have to, just by requirement, export most of our raw materials to other people. We switched up into different, like, free trade over here is more extremely in that direction. You have to send away even more of your materials, but your factories are working even harder. With more political power and more justification for tension, we could try to go in the other direction and focus more on using our own resources, closing things down, but we would lose those factory benefits. So yeah, these trade laws on this end of the spectrum are good for when we're trying to build up early on, but then once we're at war, we're going to want to switch over so we can use all our stuff for us. So over here, yeah, we're a civilian economy right now, so we're not great at building factories, and a lot of our factories have to be used for consumer goods, because we're running a normal economy, just regular old civilian life. Everyone is making, you know, toasters and sofas and food for private consumption instead of bullets. So, again, as world tension rises, we will be allowed to start shifting farther and farther towards, you know, fighting the good fight, a wrench in every hand for victory. Other law slots here, we have various advisors we can put in to get various bonuses. And all the... Okay, yeah, so it's the same set here, and we can grab up to 3 of those at a time to do things. We have Chuck Crate here, who we could use to align toward fascism. William Cashton to align towards communism. R.B. Bennett, I'll probably try to take him, because hey, spend power to get power, that sounds like a fine investment. And yeah, Ian McKenzie, you sound useful, building more bases, more radar, rocket sites, nuclear reactors, whatever those are, if we had some sort of way to harness the power of the atom. We could do it real fast under Ian McKenzie there. This guy, who is for just staying more firmly aligned to our ideology and avoiding drifting, or if we were somehow away from democracy and wanted to align back towards that, we could go with that fellow there. And yeah, so other not yet customized countries would probably have these same guys under different names. Same functions. Over here in production, we have various arms manufacturers we can favor who would give little passive benefits to our vehicles if we brought them on. So like we could focus on our weaponry or focus on our reliability. Boat builders or boat benefits, I'll go over those in more detail as we're in motion and starting to, yeah, aircraft manufacturers, material designers to focus on artillery, motorization, or small arms. General purpose industrial concerns, industry research, electronics research, those sound quite powerful. And theorists, for which we can get passive experience gain in air or army, and research doctrines faster. Yeah, those sound pretty useful. And military staff. We can assign a chief of the army, a chief of the navy, chief of the air force, a high commander. We can use these to further specialize what we're going to do with our forces once we know them. If we had any occupied land, we could manage it here as well. So yeah, Mackenzie King. There we are. Now let's move forward. Science! Let's do some... well, hold on. Current research speed modifier is 5. Okay, so science. We have 3 technology slots we can work with to research things in various categories. Yeah, we have infantry equipment, we have support elements for attachment to other folks. That's what we have right now. Yeah, support equipment in general, basic engineers and basic recon, basic infantry weapons and infantry weapons tier 1. About motorized, nothing about special forces, so that'll have to be worked on. Yeah, we have all these various technologies. You can assign a slot to work on one of them, and they will get at trying to get things done. And you can see this series of dates that will appear along the various tech trees. Every tech has a historical year in which it should happen. You can try to research them early, but the more ahead of time you are, the more the technology costs. So you get drastic diminishing returns on trying to rush in on things that should not exist yet. We could try to figure out night vision right now and just improve our night warfare ability, but it would take years to sort it out. You have to ask yourself if it's worth it to get that far ahead of the curve. So yeah, basic infantry stuff, support stuff, armor stuff. Right now we have light tank tier 1, very good. It is certainly a start. We're practically up to date on tank things. We have our various like core chassis that you can research for armored vehicles, and then once you have a vehicle type researched, you can use that as the foundation for developing other armored vehicles like tank destroyer, self-propelled artillery, or mobile anti-aircraft weapons. And there's the reasons you would do this is that it interacts with how production mechanics work later, where like because these are based on this chassis, if we were building a bunch of light tank 1 and then wanted to move on to a different tank, we could take our light tank 1 production and switch it over to some other vehicle that's based on light tank 1, and we would be faster at building those than we would have if we started from scratch. Going for light tank 2 is something I'll probably pick up though, because as far as vague army plans, I do want to be... I want to have... it's going to be a small but complete, like, combined arms force. So I'm going to have a small armored element, a small motorized element, a small line-holding infantry group with, you know, gun support. Speaking of, gun! Basic artillery. Move on to anti-aircraft gun, interwar artillery. All of these techs that are just a tiny square, rather than a larger rectangle, these represent something that improves the quality of existing equipment rather than being a new kind of thing to build. So like going from artillery to infinite war artillery, that's entirely passive and internal. Any cannon we build with this will benefit from that. Moving on to improved artillery, that's a new thing we'd have to build and swap out into our units. Similarly, like, yeah, these little intermediary upgrades here, those organically ooze into the previous things, whereas all the larger tiles are new things getting subbed in. We'll dabble into that. Doctrines. Here we have land doctrine. There are 4. So what doctrines are? They're the kinds of strategy that your country employs. They give various passive bonuses to your military, and they are divided into wide sets of groups, where you can only be in one of these columns and work on it as you please. And within those columns, there's various branching points where you pick one focus or another. So like mobile warfare over here that's focused on armored spearheads. That's the kind of stuff the Germans will use. Superior firepower that's focused on having a lot of clustered artillery and other heavy weaponry. That's kind of vaguely how America tried to do things. Grand Battle Plan over here is what we have started out with. It's what's favored by Britain and France and various other old-time powers. It focuses a lot on planning and preparation. So as long as you know what you're going to do in advance, you can do it very well. You can see here our basic one we started off with. We're good at entrenching, and we can entrench very quickly. It's basically, this is the doctrine tree that starts off with just trying to build on what was learned at the end of World War I and evolve it moving forward. It's like the next one we have there makes you plan faster, and then you have other texts that give you more defense and more organization, and enhance various tactics that are commonly used by infantry that you can branch out into trying different methods. And then way over here on the right you have Mass Assault Doctrine, which is intended to be used by the Soviet Union and China primarily. That is just about being able to mobilize large numbers of soldiers and build large, deep, broad fronts using defense in depth, using wide offenses. It's your doctrine for, you know, when you have a lot of men, your militia-focused armies. Also very fun over here if you make your way down the mobile warfare doctrine, since this is the one that Germany starts off in. Way down here at the bottom, you have this side of the tree for... way down here, there's a second branching point of either moving on to, like, modern armored, post-war armored tactics, or the desperate defense tree for when you're getting your face kicked in and need more manpower now. Wherein, you know what? Children can fight, sure. Just head on out here. Wheelchair? No problem. Grab a rocket launcher. Go. Fight. Defend your homeland. You don't have legs, you still have arms. Go. Kill. Destroy. Yes, man in wheelchair with rocket launcher. That's art that appeared very early in the promotional materials, and it's great. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's 3% more recruitable population because you're gonna wheel Grandpa out of the hospital and have him hunt tanks. Boats. Let's see. We have basic destroyer, basic cruiser, light cruiser in particular, and no capital ship types, no carrier, no submarine, basic transport. So yeah, that's largely in line with what I wanted. I'm gonna just try to build a squadron of light ships and apply them appropriately to hunting. Naval Doctrine. Similarly, passive benefits for your boats when you send them out to do the fighting. We have started off with Fleet in Being, which is like the old-time capital ship-focused doctrine. This is your battleship doctrine, mostly. We're going to have big boats with big guns, have big fights. That's your Fleet in Being. Over here in the middle, you have Trade Interdiction, your sneaky submarine doctrine for sneaking around and trying to punch up. There's a bunch of bonuses for going unseen, sneaking around, convoy raiding, being devious and underhanded. And way over here on the far right, Base Strike, the carrier doctrine. If you're trying to be serious about competing on the Navy, you probably switch over to this one regardless. Because you can, if you want to, abandon your current doctrine tree and jump ship to a different one. It's just that becomes increasingly unwise the deeper you've gone into the game. So it's a decision you make early. Since I'm only going to be building boat with gun anyway, I'm not going to be touching seaplanes. We'll be fine with sticking with Fleet in Being, and we'll try to scrape up the parts of that yeah, there's like convoy sailing in here. Yeah, these are counter-submarine doctrines over here that we'll be picking up. Sonar, hunter-killer groups. Yeah, that's definitely where our Navy interests lie. Planes, let's see what we got for planes. Basic fighter, basic naval bomber. Not much else on those other trees. Close air, fighter improvements, we'll have to dabble in those. And we have basic tactical bomber, which branches into tac bomber and heavy fighter. No strategic bomber. A fine start. And way over here, jet engines are a gateway to the largest of the aircraft, way deep down. Go after those somewhere else. As we are playing as one of the not Big 8 countries, all of our unit types pretty well are going to be generic placeholder ones until they get around to patching and DLCing and so forth. All of the Big 8 countries have their own flavor and localization for what all these classes of various vehicle are. Stat-wise, they're the same. You differentiate the stats of vehicles by how you build and customize them once you get forward. Also, if we were doing carriers, once you've researched a plane type, you can then, within that, research a carrier-compatible version of that plane. The appropriate seaplane version that's, you know, smaller, more compact. You can fold it up and store it in the garage. Air doctrines. Air doctrines don't cut you off from any of their types. They're just all on the table, covering the various bits. Or they might be exclusive, and it's just we haven't started on one yet. But yes, you have strategic bombing, you have battlefield support for tactical fighting, and yeah, strategic bomber focus, close air support focus, and tactical bomber focus, it looks like. The promotional material didn't talk much about the air or sea game. They mostly focused on the land, so I am more blind on those aspects of the mechanics than others. And getting over here into the good shit. The shit I will just immediately compulsively click on for things. Electronics and industry. Huh! Use research to research harder? Yes! Tell me of this electrical-mechanical calculating device. I want to know. So we have electronic engineering here, which is used to get you computer stuff to research harder. Radio, in order to, well, one, radios themselves give benefits to your units. And radar stations, which can build up, eventually improve your ability to, like, intercept enemy aircraft over friendly space. Also over here is cryptography tech. Well, behind this computer are computers, and there are cryptography techs, where the better your decryption is, the more accurate your intel on other countries will be. The better your encryption is, the less accurate other people's intel will be on you. We can store math and electricity. Tell me more. Some sort of switchboard. And, like, this is both relevant for playing, and there's, like, some combat event bonuses that the Cryption stuff gives as well. But yeah, this is relevant for both playing as a player against other things, and when the AI is looking at you, it threat assesses you based on the numbers that the encryption mechanics give it, rather than some sort of, you know, clairvoyance into secret data. So getting better at cryptography can make your enemies underestimate or mismeasure you. And over here, hiding off on the right side, are the secret techs. well, you know, this is the special weapons techs, your research on the atom and the rocket and so forth. Where, again, these, we could hypothetically start our nuclear research now, and it would take ages, because we're way ahead of time. And that's what things like the nuclear tech focus are for over in the, back in the political focus tree. Those will give you, like, research bonuses to specific categories of tech that help you get a little bit ahead of the curve if you want to dive for it. So yeah, atomic stuff, rocket stuff. They have very high historic dates to get involved, but you can jump into them earlier with the political focuses. And industry, another thing that I'm just going to leap on. Basic machine tools. Would you like to have more production efficiency? Yes. Absolutely. Build everything. Construction. Would you like to construct faster? Hell yes. Lay it on me. I'm going to pop back in here just to keep looking at the tree and talk more. So yeah, over here in industry tech, production stuff, construction stuff. You have this basic line of machine tools for improving your production efficiency, with an eventual choice between either making your efficiency grow faster or making more of it survive when you change production lines. Those statements will make more sense when I start producing a thing. And over on industry, you have a branching path you get to unlock pretty quickly of choosing either concentrated or distributed, dispersed industry, where both of these have separate benefits. Concentrating your industry, you can put more buildings per state, and the buildings will have more raw power. And so that's your just raw, build things really hard benefit. However, distributed, less raw power, but you are more flexible about changing production, and your factories are more resistant to enemy bombers because they're all spread out over wide areas, so they're harder to target. So yeah, this is the one for when you're pretty sure your homeland is safe and you just want to build as hard as you can. But if you're in somewhere where you expect your home area to be a war zone and be actively harassed by enemy aircraft, you might consider spreading your industry out. And eventually hiding it under mountains, I guess, for the highest levels. Or, you know, in concentrate, it's like, okay, let's build a factory. What if it were 2 factories? What if we put another factory on the side? Oh no, more factories sprung out of the... What is this? Where are we going? Help! Help, we created a horrible maze of industry. A prison of steel and coal. And so yeah, US and Canada usually will take concentrated, just because, yeah, they're off in the middle of nowhere. Perfectly safe. And over here, construction techs, raw building speed, and resource efficiency techs over on the side. Being able to get more resource out of our sources. Our resources. Yeah! Sorceries. Resource of source. So yeah, you can choose to have carcinogenous factories or self-replicating factories that eventually form, you know, underground fungal super colonies of industry. Just a fine mound. Recruit all of the hobbits out on the far countryside to join the war effort. So yeah, that's research. Everyone, the baseline is 3 research slots, and we're going to unlock more by diving through the focus tree. Once we're done with that, way the hell over here? Yeah, down here, under these efforts, 2 extra research slots for a total of 5. After we have gone through the constructing and the infrastructure, then we can do the science. Focus-wise, I'm probably going to dive down all the way down industry for the research, because we want to know everything for everyone. We want to have some clever boys who use the finest toys. Then we'll go into armament and into maybe other construction effort as well. We'll see how well I can afford things. Each of these takes about 2 months to pop in general for most of them. Yeah, a bit over 2 months, 70 days is the base cost there. We'll be able to run through those pretty quickly. You can usually finish a couple of, like, full sides of the tree before the war starts. Diplomacy. We don't have much to diploma about right now, but yeah, a diplomacy menu. You can look at countries, see what they think of you and you think of them. Apparently also see who they... Or no, that's just back and forth, yeah. Like Norway, the Swede, France, they're fine with us. Britain, let me touch Britain. Britain, of course, absolutely enamored with us, as we are part of our alliance. We all together with the other dominions for now. Just us, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the British Raj. All here under one big happy allied umbrella. And okay, yeah, that's the Raj who we have as a puppet state, who they have as a puppet state directly. This was a good design decision because the AI had no idea how to manage both being Britain and in earlier Hearts of Irons, British India would just be directly owned by Britain, and the AI did not understand how to work with this. So spinning them off into a separate administration that has its own concerns and interests, that will do a lot for making sense of how India will actually be guarded by soldiers, maybe? Yeah, right now Spain is just Spain. There is one Spain, it has always been one Spain. Surely, nothing will happen to challenge that status quo. That system of quos. Trade. Yeah, right now... Well, 13 factories, 6 units produce consumer goods, leaving us with 7 available for trade. So, the trade system, how this has been streamlined, there are 6 fundamental strategic resources relevant to war material. Oil, aluminum, rubber, tungsten, steel, and chromium. Different things that you build use different amounts of different of these. Countries produce them, and countries with excesses of them can trade. Right now, per our laws, we have to export half of everything we make in terms of raw material. So we make 2 oil, 1 of which is being sent away. 30 aluminum, 15 of which has to be sent away, but we have 15 extra we're not using. No rubber, no tungsten, 12 steel, half of which gets sent away. Only 2 surplus, because some of that's probably tied up in production right now. No chromium. And so how trade works is, you take resource and exchange it for points of industry, just directly. So if I wanted to take some of my aluminum and sell it to somebody, if I wanted to, like, go to, let's see, filter this for Europe, give me Britain, hey, Britain, what if I wanted to send you some aluminum? Also, handily happened, okay. That's a button to automatically fill your own needs. I'm on oil right now, but I'm not using my oil. But I want to use my oil. Alright, let's... aluminum. Britain, do you need aluminum for anything? If I wanted to, So yes, how this works... Oh no, that's offering to buy. Okay, so I guess it's buyer-driven. Again, this is an element of... Traded nations. Release day. Been out for a whole hour. So yes, how this works, if I were to hypothetically want to buy aluminum, what I would have to do is give up points of industry for the duration of the trade, representing, you know, whatever I was making to spend on getting these aluminum, and in exchange I would get the resources. And also, since it's an overseas trade route, I would need to use convoys to get that done. So, since we're exporting stuff, once people start buying our exports, we will get points of factory to use in order to suit our needs. Yeah, once we start building anything fancy, I will probably have to do some importing. Construction. Let us construct. So, as mentioned, we have a total of... So there's 3 kinds of industry. Civilian industry, military industry, and boatyards. Civilian industry builds buildings and gets used to pay for trade, and an amount of it gets eaten by consumer goods based on your level of mobilization. So we have 13 points of civilian industry, 6 of which is being eaten by regular civilian stuff, and none is being spent on trade. We are not importing. So what we can do with that industry is we can build buildings. Infrastructure to improve rates at which supply travels. You can see our current infrastructure there, spread out on a scale of 10. Solid 4s and 5s across the bulk of the country. Horrible, tiny 1 point out in the frigid wastelands. 2 on Vancouver Island there. And so most of these buildings function at a state level, rather than needing to micromanage out putting a railway in every one of these provinces. There's just a level of rails that's in New Brunswick. and all of New Brunswick benefits from those rails. So yeah, air base, or infrastructure, air bases, those happen on a province level exactly, I think. But also, they get macro-managed at. We can build airport to store planes at, anti-aircraft guns to just passively from the ground harass enemy aircraft that act over us. Once we know how radar works, we can build radar. And industry, build factories, build other factories, build other factories. Synthetic oil plants, once we know how those work, you just build one of these and you give up a building slot to receive some oil and rubber just from synthesis. You just figured out how to make it out of other things. Rocket test sites, nuclear reactors for once we start dabbling in those. Naval bases for supplying our navies, distinct from naval dockyards for building boats. Yeah, those let us field navies and supply and maintain them. Various kinds of fort, regular fort, coast fort. And yes, as a feature, you can convert one type of factory into the other if you want to repurpose a bunch of industry you've built. So right now in the early game, I'm going to try to build a shitload of civilian factories for just like that bootstrapping feedback loop that you can get out of, build the thing that builds more buildings. I'm gonna queue up a bunch of those everywhere, but if later on I find myself wanting to spend more on the fighting, as we actually get into a fight and need to apply our industry to building guns, I can take those existing factories and repurpose them to military ones. See listed there the smaller conversion cost. Military factories also cheaper than civilian factories, because civilian industry is very general purpose and builds more buildings. Military factory is only for murder. Actually, let's cancel that one in Nova Scotia, because over there I want more boatyard. I would like an adequate amount of boatyard. Some boatyard in St. Lawrence. So yes, the other types of industry. Military industry is for building equipment for your armies and air force. Naval industry is for building boats. You boat at the boatyard. Boats for the yard. Yeah, I could throw some civilian factory into deepest Quebec. For now, gonna build a whole bunch of civilian. Get things underway. You can see we have relatively low numbers of building slots in our provinces. We'll see how that changes. Once we get our various focuses up, those should unlock more slots. As we develop. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of production queued, and you have here up to 15 points of industry can work on a thing at once. And then we set a priority queue of what we'd like finished first by sorting all of these out. Right now, top priority, our new civilian industry in Southern Ontario. First point of that will be done in September. You gotta spend factory to make factory. And we'll see about building that up as much as we can. Hopefully we'll get a bunch of industry from exports in order to escalate this, and look for an opportunity to start mobilizing as soon as we can. Production over here, different from construction. Con, pro. Produce. So over here we have where you go about creating equipment for your military. We have our various resource surpluses on display up there. And how this works is, so let's see, we have a total of 5 points of military factory and 1 point of dockyard. What we can do is we create production lines of different kinds of thing, and then assign numbers of factories to that thing. The production line will in turn have an amount of resource that it wants in order to try to do its job. If you don't have enough of that resource, you can still do work, but it will be inefficient. Like for example, with the handful of steel we have around right now, we could build 2 factories worth of effort on rifles efficiently. And if we wanted, we could put more industry in, but we get much less out of those couple extra factories than we do. Like the difference here. The first one, building 5.5 points of rifles a day. Second one, again, also very close to that. Third one, only 1 additional factory, because we're overstepping our supply of steel. So yes, you assign factories, get materials that get put into piles and then put to use in your units. So we start off with the production line for infantry equipment and for light tanks, just type 1 light tanks. This green bar here is our current efficiency rating, where when you start a fresh line, as I might for some other piece of thing, let's start a support equipment line. You can see this bar starts off much lower, because this plant just opened, it's just getting itself sorted out. No one knows what the hell they're doing right now. The longer you leave the line running, the larger this bar gets, and the more productive the production line becomes. Until eventually it hits peak bar and is running as well as it can. Technologies will let that bar get higher, and will let this bar charge faster, and if you take a line of production and switch it over to doing something else, you lose some, but not all of the bar, depending on what you're switching to. If we took our tank line and turned it into a line for a different tank, we'd lose less than if we turned it into a line for planes. Because that's a similar job, they mostly already know what they're doing, kind of. How different could it be? I mean, it's like a tank with wings. Versus if we switch them over to, say, cannons. Let's see, right now I just have light tank, artillery weapons, support equipment, towed artillery, and birds. I could work on some birds. Just oil, rubber, and aluminum. I have plenty of aluminum, but not much of the other things. Fighter, naval bomber, regular bomber. I think I'll try to research better than baseline versions of plane before going after plane production. For the most part, and transport plane. For deploying paratroopers. Interesting thing to have there. Alright, so I'll... For completeness sake, let's go ahead and create an artillery line. It's going to be terribly inefficient because we have no tungsten or... and we're out of steel, since we're putting most of our steel into rifles. Yeah, there's a full set of gear being made. We're not even using any of that yet. Yeah, we're gonna get 5 whole cannons a year right now at our current efficiency rate. Once we finish scraping them together. Versus like monthly support equipment, or 2 tanks a week. 2.5 tanks a week almost. Versus our many rifles per day. There's all of that settled, and way down here, yeah, let's get better than baseline boat knowledge before we go about building new boats. So for now, we'll just have our dockyard work on convoys, put them in the stockpile, and you can also, you can assign more plants than you have to a job, and it's just, there's space there, so when you get more factory, they'll automatically be brought onto this job for you, rather than being left idle. And again, by sorting these up and down, you can set your priorities for which things you want to receive more attention than others. Now we're gonna get started. We're gonna build, like, a single freighter this year, maybe. We have no oil. We'll have to look into doing some imports. Yeah, we want 1 oil, 5 steel, 1 tungsten. We'll look into trying to secure new sources of things. We are going to be ready to fight for victory. I think also from in here is where unit customization happens. Yes, so we have this basic light tank Mark 1 deal. Once you have experience in a given field, you can take a vehicle that you know about and build a custom version of it, upgrading various features of it in exchange for experience. And then you can build that slightly better version of that vehicle. And switching over to an upgraded version of the vehicle costs much less efficiency than switching over to a whole new vehicle. So, like, that's a fundamental, like, strategic decision that you make with production. Whether you want to have less of something better or more of something old. And upgrades are that midway point along that line, where you can try to drag more life out of your garbage interwar tanks, but just trying to optimize them as much as you can. Give it spoilers and racing stripes and liquid cooling. Recruitment, that's something I can get to in a bit. So yeah, this is the window from which you manage the refilling of your units. who apparently right now are feeling pretty comfortable swapping out of equipment, and when you want to start creating new units, you do it here. Let's see, I don't even have an armored unit right now, unless my militia are armored, so... Okay, more mechanic to dive into. It's going to be hours of exploring the interface and mechanic. There will be some kind of timestamp to cut forward to when the actual game starts. What am I talking about? This is the game. You're here now. Welcome. So, a unit that we have on the map is not just a little, square that does a thing and has its stats. It gets its stats from somewhere. And okay, that's where our tanks are. We have tanks as part of our infantry units, just integrated. So yeah, what you do is you have a series of templates for your units, and what stats your unit has and how much it costs to make the unit depends on what you say the unit is. So for example, right now our basic infantry, our district militia unit, is composed of nine squares of regular old infantry, which use regular old infantry equipment and manpower. One little point of tank over here off on the side, and no supporting equipment. That's our infantry guy. That's each of those militia units you saw on the map is this. Once you've started earning experience, you can take this template and adjust it. You can add things to it if you decide that you want to make your unit tougher. If you want to be like, okay, you should have an engineering team attached, and some artillery attached, and a reconnaissance team attached. And each of the things that you add to the unit will improve or reduce its stats variously up here, give it different modifiers for different contexts it can be working in, and add things to its cost. We can see this hypothetical unit would now require more manpower, it would need to start having some artillery, it would need support equipment, it would need more light tanks, and it would take a little longer to train, probably. And like, okay, here's a fiddly, deep, intricate system for all kinds of stuff you can do. You like micromanage out which kinds of equipment it's allowed to receive when you have more than one type and so forth, and set priorities for how strong to reinforce it or leave it idle and so forth. But this all happens on the template level. All of my units out there follow this template. If I change this template, everybody out there automatically gets changed to demand the gear that I have now told them they use. And that all just gets sorted out under the hood. Like, if I take this unit and decided I wanted to do the opposite and, like, downsize it, if I decide, no, tanks don't belong on the front line, get rid of those, send them back, I could do this, and then all the tanks that they have would just get thrown back into my tank stockpile and be ready to use somewhere else. And now I've just reduced the cost of all my frontline units. All the stuff they're not using anymore just goes back in the pile for use. And so forth. And from the other direction, so my cavalry militia is just 3 units of horse. I'll probably dispose of that or repurpose it into something else. I can also, from the other direction, if I had a new idea for a unit I wanted to run, and I go and design myself a template over there, I could then go to a unit in the field, and somewhere in this interface... Yes, I can take a unit that's out in the field and say, okay, you're not militia anymore, you're cavalry. And they will send home all of their infantry stuff and reorganize themselves into a cavalry unit, and they'll just metamorph and be that new thing. You put in the paperwork. I didn't have to put the tank back because I didn't save the changes, because any changes cost experience I don't have. My militia still is what it is. You can also, as a basic gimme, I do believe, you can always duplicate a design that you have to create like different variations on it at no cost. And somewhere in this should be the ability to just create a new one. Let's see, yeah. Militia, cavalry, heavy paratroopers. Somewhere in here there should be the make new button, and there's like a baseline division that will pop up as just a gimme to break into things, to have like an initial, motorized infantry unit or initial dedicated tank unit. That might be in there somewhere. We'll sort it out. And so when you want to go about building new units, what you do is you take one of your templates and say, train. And now there is a slot sitting here in the queue to make another one of those. And it will sit here trying to collect all the equipment it needs to work, and it will start accumulating experience over time. And then once it is armed and fully trained, it will appear on the map ready to go. And if you decide in a panic that you need it right now to do something, you can just say, just go, and throw it onto the field early, and it'll be like half-manned, and there's only 10 guns, and no one knows where they are, but they are on the map ready to do things. And you can, with the various buttons here, set, like, specific durations that you would like to run things for, like, targeted production orders, or just leave an open-ended demand to keep training more guys and have them ready to go. Since my army is not particularly large, and I don't plan to make it too large, I'm not going to start recruiting yet. I'm just going to focus on the guys I already have in the field. So, yeah, cancel that. That doesn't need to be there. Logistics. Yes, over here is where I can see my supplies of things. All of my industry is engaged. There's an overview of my resources again. Yeah, the Russian strategy. Your Stalingrad moment. You just pour a bunch of recruits off the train and have them charge the city. Man with rifle shoots, man without rifle follows. That's here in the game. You can do that when you have to. So let's see, I've only just started building artillery, so I have none, but I also have no demand for it, and I'm gaining 1/100th of a cannon a day. Infantry equipment, producing 10.8 a day, that's in surplus, and I just have 6 of them in storage right now, so I have no pre-existing stockpile, but I do have income, and also get put to use bringing in support equipment. I have 1 spare tank that is not anywhere. A third of a tank a day coming in. Good stuff. This is where you can keep track of all your big numbers as you go about rearranging your folks and their gear. So, most of my folk I can just leave standing around for now. If you feel the soundtrack sounds like other Paradox soundtracks, that's because they just have the one on-staff composer who works on their games, so yeah, you're probably hearing just his style. And let's see, get some notifications here. Yes, I'm building things that aren't used in any of my units. That's just a helpful reminder that, yeah, nobody uses support equipment or artillery yet. I'm just pre-stockpiling them for when they're needed. I am not training anything right now. I could, though. Yeah, let's just get a militia started. To have more of that in the pipe. Also, conveniently for over here, when you're doing this recruitment management, you can set them a place you would like them to spawn when they're done. And like if you already had like active armies in the field, you could assign them to just be automatically a part of that army once they're complete. And head out there. So for now we'll just have them deploy to Southern Ontario. Just keep them around there. Just to have somebody training. And yeah, resource shortages, we'll deal with that later. And now I've gone through most of the interface, so let the flow of time begin! I now have to wait for some things. Additionally, if my guys didn't cost tanks, I kind of want to conserve my tanks right now, even if they're garbage tanks. Now, what I'm considering doing, well, let's see, you use only infantry equipment. So, a way that you can improve your units and get some experience while at peacetime is you can take a unit that you have sitting around and have it run training exercises. Where what it will then do is start to spend a little bit of equipment, because it's just being put to use. But it'll also gain experience for itself and for your army in general. Alright, you know, let's create an army. Yes. So we now have, yeah, Canadian Theatre 1 there. we have a capsule into which to place our various soldiers. So let's just get everyone assigned to this army for management purposes. We'll do like an East Coast, West Coast thing for now. Get you selected, new army. But you guys, well, these cavalry over here. The cavalry I will keep around for home guard purposes, and then the infantry will be put together into the expeditionary force I'll eventually use to go overseas. So let's see, what we have here then with these armies is our macro management system for your units, where naturally when you have all of these pieces on this is an absolutely tiny army that we have here. There's very few units in this. If I just wanted to go and look at another country for benchmarking's sake. Let's see. List. Where's our intel on other folk? I wanted to look at their stats. Where have I put? Where are their stats? There is somewhere to get intel, but I suppose I could just, as a cursory thing, zoom in on Britain. Oh, Britain also runs a pretty small army. They have many boats, though, but yeah. Once you have sufficient numbers of soldiers and are dealing with an actual war front, look at all these provinces, all these lines, all these bits and bobs that would have, you know, individual units in them that need to be shuffled and jived around in order to fight each other. What we have to make that more reasonable and manageable here in Hearts 4 is the ability to just kind of football things. We have the battle planner system, well, the army planning system, where you have various, you know, macro level commands that you can just paint onto the map. And then your armies will automatically do their best to try to follow them. So I've just taken those 3 cavalry there and told them to garrison, you know, BC and the Yukon. And now the AI will just kind of do its best to try to shuffle those fellows out into somewhere where they can do some good. Some leaders in play. Nah, I don't need a leader on you. Not my Coast Guard. Let's see, also over here. New theater. This is... Okay. Let's select some things, and then you can, like, kind of... Hold on. I want just that cavalry. I want just that cavalry to be over here. Come on, please. Learning the interface, 1 click at a time. Hey, what do you... Come on. Stop that. Okay, I can detach, leaving them free, then reattach them. Is that how we're going here? There are some foibles here. Let's see. Alright, and now that I have some folks organized into an army, here I have the exercise button, from which I can tell folks to do training and get ready for fight. Already low, theater 1, already high on theater 2. Thereby, let's... Oh, right, within this theater now, hold on. Theater 1, new army. The drawbacks of having only seen this in the hands of people who are already intimately familiar with how it works. Where were those other horses? They're around here somewhere. There you are. New army that goes up there in Theater 1. There we go. Never mind that a Coast Guard proper is the boats involved in guarding the coast. Oh, Maritime Coast Guard, you will be made responsible for garrisoning, surprise, the Maritimes. Also Quebec, all of it. Why not? Go wild. You two cavalry will figure it out. I trust your judgment in this matter. Put another one in for training. And assign them to the Maritime. So much land for so few Mounties. So, where do I go to rename you? Theater 1. You need a name, Theater 1. Alright, inside here. Okay, so... And over here, Canadian Expeditionary Force. Right, since it's not fitting in the display text block here, let's just... to comply with language laws that did not yet exist at this time, but perhaps someday. This time they are set to build forever, but it's going to take a while for each of those to be made. I wouldn't worry about it, we can cut them off at any time. Yeah, they would be calling everything royal. So we're getting started. Bits of manpower being spoken for as we form those new units. Little shortfalls of material that now need to be filled in order to provide for them. 7,000 rifles and 400 tanks, really. Yeah, we have a good half year before anything of interest should happen. Could draw our attention, so we can just kind of relax, enjoy. You know what? Sure. Let's train. See how much training costs. I guess our units are now going to be spending their time, not just sitting around enjoying the peace. They're going to be practicing, drilling, exercising. The giants who guard South Ontario are keeping watch. Now, doing that is generating a very small amount of military experience. How much does it cost us? What are we spending? %, attrition. Well, them weren't even fully armed anyway. I think at the size of our army, it's not going to be paying off particularly well. Never mind, no exercises. That was just a 1 week trial run of doing anything. Take it easy, folks. There will be no further training. Alright, let's put someone in charge of all of you now. Else folks. Tom Victor Anderson, John Montague. Various generals. Sheriff, skill 5 field marshal. This works, we have leaders, they have skill ratings that benefit the unit they put them in command of. And they have 2 tiers they can exist at, where you have regular generals, which can command efficiently up to 24 divisions, or field marshals, who can command arbitrary numbers of divisions. To use your field marshals for running very large swaths of units, and then your generals for little purpose-built specific groups to fulfill particular objectives. Yeah, for now, for just our regular old line infantry, we'll put Field Marshal. Get old Charlie on the job. As you put generals to use, they will develop little individual particular traits that give them situational bonuses. If you have a regular general who has traits and promote them into a field marshal, they will lose their specific traits, because they need to like reorient themselves to do big strategic office work. So there's a reason to not just turn all of your small generals into marshals. Starting to pile in. Put the reinforcements ahead of the arming of the new divisions. Because apparently many of my guys in the field were already underarmed. It'll take a while for us to make up that shortfall. Yeah, first thing we're going to see a return on is our focus. And with it, more industry research. Industry for victory. Loosen up that bottleneck. All the ports America has. All the ports America maybe has. We're not sure. Our intel isn't good enough. Look America regular-wise. Ah, there we go. There's this tab here beside diplomacy. That gives us our intel information, where we know they have various resources that they produce, whether they're a net exporter or importer of the materials in question. You see their laws, their spirits, what focuses they're working on. And for example, even America, which is pretty underarmed at the start of the game, has somewhere from 30 to 50 divisions in their army. Very low amount of military industry. Much more... let's see, that's the size of the US Navy right now. Yeah, far more. They have 20 dockyards versus our 1, and hundreds of civilian industry. However, because of their isolationist ways, they're not able to use a lot of it. They have a whole lot of that being eaten by consumer goods until somebody does something to anger them. Get them to wake up. For other comparison, let's see, Germany, more militarized. They have about 40 military factories. And like, the actual number is not always in the middle of this range. This estimate could be high, it could be low. About somewhere in the 40s of divisions right now. Small number of dockyards. France is a country that's pretty well gunned at the start of the game. And yeah, they have as many as 100 divisions in their army right now. But again, with their various traits that are on them initially, they have a hard time escalating and militarizing. Germany starts small, but will be able to ramp up quickly as they do their escalation events. And since Britain is our friend, we get exact numbers from them. They don't hide any information from us. So we know that the UK has 36 divisions, 14 military factories, 19 boatyards, 236 active vessels, 1,300 planes. And 36 civilian industry. Yeah, we're not doing bad there. We're like a third of a Britain industrially right now. See what we can do with that. How's Poland? About 17 civilian, about 9 military. Well, exactly 9 military. We have clear data on them. Exactly 1 boatyard. So I just consider. Yeah, we're practically a Poland in terms of industry. We're a bit shy of a Poland. We're like 80% of Poland. That's a start. The flash that you're seeing occasionally whoosh across the map there is the day-night cycle. There are hours in the day. It is day or night at different parts of the world at different times, in different seasons. That has effects on combat. Our good friend, the sun, whooshing over the ocean. If you have reflections on, there is actually a sun that gets rendered over the sea at high noon. You can look upon the image of ye great light orb. Let's see. Construction will continue. Apparently we're now estimating August. Did somebody start to import? We're running 8 now. Yes, we are getting 1 factory from trade. Someone is buying our goods. Excellent. And right now that's fine by me. I mean, we could be trading industry for resources to help with our military production efficiency, but the war is a long ways off. Canada, the Poland of America. I'll take it. God, the efficiency is horrible. We'll build 6 cannons this year. Shameful. Gross as hell. At least moderately efficient on the support equipment. And we also have conveniently relisted here any deficit of equipment that we have laying around. The clock on the map is universal time, it's GMT. You have to figure out your time zone with respect to that, or, you know, by just looking at the map. Convenient visual representation of the Earth. And right now we are short 7,000 rifles and 380 tanks. We'll work on it. Country's a bit of a fixer-upper. But I mean, come on, there's peace in our time, the world is calm. We're just doing this for the sake of national security. War is over, guys! Welcome to Hearts of Iron 4, Peace Simulator of the years from 1936 to 1946, in which there was much peace and no particular anger shared by anyone. Universally recognized age of peace and brotherhood. I think most of that rifle demand is in the reinforcement pile there, yeah. There are 5,000 points of equipment that we are short in our currently deployed units. Whereas the new team that we were putting together only needs another 900. And another 360 for the cavalry. Manpower's going in right away, they're getting trained. I like this. I like that they've put old-timey radio songs into the soundtrack. This is good. For the peaceful times. Mysterious possible American presence in Buffalo. Who better not be agitating for a fight. May as well get the one guy who was out in Manitoba over to the coast. Whatever I'm going to involve myself in, you're up first. Suppose I could just as well demonstrate some things about the interface here. So yeah, the battle plan manager. You can use this to sort your armies out in a macro-managey way, where, like, suppose, hypothetically, that I actually took the presence of US soldiers on US soil to be some sort of threat. I could go ahead and race myself out a line, or apparently clicking that just, hold on, has something happened? Whoop! Spanish Civil War begins. Also very nice, that little breaking news telegraph beeping for when events occur. What will this mean for Spain? Alright, so that's underway. We aren't equipped to intervene, but we can wait it out, we can try. So what's happened right now by default is I think I have just made, like, yeah, a sizable portion of the US-Canada border here just become a concern. I've decided that all of this is now my front line, and my soldiers will try to organize themselves along it as best they can. Then with respect to that, I can take my units and be like, if, hypothetically, we had to launch any sort of offensive operation across this line, I can be like, alright, I want you to go... Alright, right-click to drag through territory. I can be like, yeah, I'll just try to dive straight for New York. Or rather, I've drawn a line of places I would like the line to be. And so it's asserted that if I wanted to do this, I should attack from here. See highlighted there, the plan it would try to execute in order to move towards that line. And also take this line and, like, move it around if I decide there's particular priorities I'd like to make. Let's see, can I just move? Be like, well, actually, I'd like to go to that line by way of Boston if I can. Wiggle the line around, and you could use various lines to fine-tune how you would control your armies. And when you have a plan on the table, your soldiers start to accumulate planning bonus because they have some idea of what you'd like them to do. And then once you are ready, you push button and they will start trying to do the plan. And at any time you can dive in, grab your individual units, and micromanage them in order to do specific things. However, I'm going to get rid of that. I don't actually want that plan. I was just drawing that for illustration's sake. I just want you guys to march on over towards, let's say, Halifax. Well, indeed. We do have other map modes here as well, tucked away. Supply mode, wherein the supply system is kind of a hybrid of more Europa-like support limits and having a line system, where the idea is each state has an amount of supply that it could manage to sustain on its own, and an amount of supply that you could try to move through it. And so what happens is, supply efficiency in a place is how good a line can you draw from your capital to where those folks are. And that gets affected by things like local infrastructure ratings, presence or absence of convoys, the existence of harbors, and so forth. So you can see here we're using very little of our supply throughout this whole region. You could support of like 88 points of stuff over there, 100 points, or like, you know, down here in America you could support 100 points of stuff, 89 points in Ontario, and so forth. 22 up in the depths of cold Quebec. That gets affected by harbors and infrastructure and so forth. We'll allow time to float. Let's go watch Spain fight. You can see states highlighted. If we had resistance, you could view that. View resource summaries of places. Diplomatic relations. Current faction alignments. Allies in red. Comintern in color over there. Over there. Let's watch the Spanish Civil War. Regular land mode. What do we got? We, of course, can't see the details, but we know. Republicans over here, Nationalists over there. I flubbed that because I think the colors were reversed in earlier arts, maybe? It might have been the same, perhaps I just misrecalled. That appearance of a British unit in Spain is the farther out you zoom, the more it clumps together these notifications. So that British unit is the fellow guarding Gibraltar, who can see 2 Spanish units on their front. Yep, here they are. Spanish Civil War, getting started. The Republicans, like they got around 30 divisions and most of the Navy. 4 mill factories, 9 civilian factories. Whereas the Nationalists, similar strength by the looks of it. Similar industry, and usually this war will go in favor of the Nationalists because the fascists have an easier time justifying intervening in this war. They'll be better equipped to send more folks over to support the Nationalists, whereas if it were just a straight-up fight between these blocks of land and these resources, it would be a fairly even matchup. The various democracies have a harder time trying to intervene. Suppose the Soviets could try to intervene if they wanted. But they often don't. It's very far away from their home. Republicans can win. With the right luck or the right support. So like what would happen with respect to that is, let's see, if I looked into my diplomacy here, with the Republicans to whom we're kind of nyeh diplomatically. Let's see, if tension were higher, I could send them extra equipment, just let them borrow equipment to run their units. As a democracy, I would have to wait until 50% world tension. The Spanish Civil War has brought world tension to 3. Actually, very little of that was because of... Okay, so we have a summary here. The war itself, only 0.3 tension. The fact that then the Germans sent 2 divisions to help the Nationalists and the Soviets sent 3 divisions to help the Republicans, that's generating more. Yeah. If at 50% tension, we could send Lend-Lease, but it's way too early for that for us. Or at similar high amounts of tension, we could send soldiers to volunteer. However, the other thing that caps that is we can only send a certain percentage of our army, and our army just isn't big enough to justify building a volunteer regiment. It's like too obvious. It would just be like, no, that's not some sort of brigade of randos. Canada can't afford to send 10,000 armed men just to happen to volunteer. That's like half your army. Oh yeah, we just get to sit and watch from here. If you were any of the larger countries, though, you'd be able to afford to send, like, yeah, about 2 or 3 guys to support your side in this war. And if you do, you, as the actual owner of those units, retain control of them, and get to actually, you know, play and participate in these wars that you're proxying into. Which is a really good design decision on Paradox's part. Like in previous ones, sending an expeditionary force would just mean, okay, now my soldiers are being run by the AI over there. Good luck. Rug. But now instead, if someone were playing Germany, they would be able to, well, remilitarize the Rhineland. And we have done our industry effort. Very good. Push forward with that, but yeah, the German player would be able to run that German expedition force and do their things, and the Soviets will be able to run theirs. And we'll see how things turn out with that. Will tension risen yet further due to the Rhineland, where that is part of Germany's focus tree for getting their shit together. Regarding shit that must be brought together, let's see. Yeah, armament effort, that's on its own little free there to get us 3 free military factories. Civilian first. We want the factories that build more factories. And we managed to build up 70 political power, so after a while we'll be able to start hiring ministers. I can start considering what I want for those. Probably, I know everyone loves that Chuck Crate is here, but Chuck Crate has weird, crazy ideas that we can't trust. We can't have a populist clown like Chuck Crate in the cabinet thinking that he has influence. We need factories to factorize factories. So let's see, probably of these folks here... Yeah, Bennett would be one of my top drafts there, just for 15% more power. Spend power to get power. Law-wise, conscription can wait a while, since I'm not upscaling the army yet. I can't start restricting exports until we have... Let's see. If I start to mobilize... Alright, let's try to parse this. Okay. Once I'm at war, I can start restricting exports, but only then. At war with someone who has at least 20% of our industry. So we'll wait on that. Civilian economy. We can start to mobilize once world tension hits more than 5. Right now it is exactly 5? Yeah, we're still not qualifying. One of the following. If we were fascist or communist, we could go right away. If we were at war, we could do it right away. We have to wait for world tension 5 to pass. Or more than 5 tension. So probably by the end of the Civil War, we'll be able to justify that. And bleed off some of that consumer goods. 5% less consumer goods and 20% faster construction. Oh yes, other things research time. Military theorists might also be useful. Yeah, most of the military staff stuff can wait until we're actually getting ready to fight and have an idea of what we're going to use for fighting. Well, let's just keep watching the show. If only we had intel on this. Need to get the boys at the lab to work on some kind of code-breaking machine. I want to hear all the Spanish news. And we're slowly burning off our equipment deficits. Go. We should be done that research faster as well, since we got that speed bonus. And we'll have electromechanical devices within a fortnight. So at current rates, we would have all of our current soldiers actually armed with guns in 2 years. Year and a half, tops. Under good weather, maybe even just the 1 year. We continue to accumulate the politic. Our civilian factory is going well. Still slated for completion in August. When we're building ourselves. Actually, look over our... yeah, not much is happening yet. Oh, there's some battles going on. We have no details, but we know that fighting has broken out along that line. Take a look at our states here. Yeah, we have the 2 building slots in Nova Scotia, so... rural region, 2 slots. What would it take to get more slots? Is that something I can deliberately build up? Or to improve the infrastructure or otherwise enhance the place? 2 building slots in New Brunswick occupied by a civilian factory. St. Lawrence region here, 6 slots. Urban region. Places that can have up to 25. I'm wondering what'll do it though. A little bit of aluminum there. 2 of our military factories are there. 1 of our civilian and 2 work in progress, and the 1 dockyard. A Quebec zone is getting civilian factories. Deeper inland, we have 2 mill and a bunch of civilian going up. We're trying to... And then, yeah, we're just trying to build. Get more civilian throughout the interior. Start converting to military once we're properly built up. How you doing, Spanish Civil War? Looks like your lines are holding pretty good. So yes, once fighting starts and states end up divided between multiple owners, whoever controls the majority of the state is considered its current controller and gets like the benefits of its industry and default holdership of its supplies. However, being fought over will damage all of the buildings in the state, just drastically chew it up. So you'll need to spend industry effort in order to rebuild all of those things if you have freshly rolled over and occupied or reoccupied territory. Sadly, but also not sadly, the fonts for being part of different factions are gone. Everyone just gets written in actual words. So I find it very funny that whatever they use to weight where to position the names decides that the Soviet Union goes over here, just starts past the Urals. Most of the country lives over here, but this is where we put the name. Alright, there we go. Electromechanical, so forth. And while I am diving in here immediately, as a convenience feature, it is actually the case that, like, research effort and focus progress will buffer a couple of days worth of effort if you have nothing selected. So you don't actually have to immediately dive right in. Radio. Mechanical computer, yes. So you say gears and shafts can do math? Yeah, this is where Russia's strategic reserve of letters are. All moved far away from any potential battlefield to keep them safe. So yeah, if you were playing along at a steady speed, either because you were busy doing something or were like in multiplayer and not wanting to pause constantly, you wouldn't be punished for letting a couple of hours or days pass before getting around to assigning that next project. Let's consider something here. So Bennett over there, 15% more power. He pays himself off in a couple of months in terms of bonus. Or rather, let's see, no, that's not. That's the wrong math to consider for that. Alright, in absolute terms of just comparing the additional power he is granting, supposing we're sticking with our current level of base power income. 500 days, year and a half. It means in a couple of months we would have enough for another minister, supposing that we weren't still running focuses, but I'm going to keep running focuses. I want my focuses for things. Although, are there focuses that give me more power? I went down the political effort. Yes. Well, I could get bursts of political power for use. Let's see. Political effort. Liberty ethos. Gain favorable opinions for trade deals. And then Interventionism to get political power and the ability to send volunteers. Or neutrality to get political power. Have a harder time joining factions. That leads to then the forts of deterrence. Which I don't need because we're Canada, we're safe. Our fortress is the ocean. Intervention, volunteers. If I wanted to be in the Spanish Civil War early game, this is the tree I would have started down focus-wise. We'd be diving our way over here to try and send volunteers as soon as we can. National Spirit of Volunteer Corps. Use the size of army that we need in order to send volunteers in the first place. Or in expeditions. Further cut that down. Aside from the political power boost, that's actually kinda neutral unless you are actually diving into other people's wars. Either way, they lead to why we fight, which would let us create a faction of our own if we weren't inside one already. And gives us plus 10 national unity. And all the way down here, tech sharing. For as long as we are at war in a faction, and someone in our faction has at least 50 industry, then we get research bonuses on electronics, industry, infantry, weaponry, and support artillery. Nice. That will also be worth diving into after we're done with our research slot binge over here. Consider boat effort. So what's in here? It's free Navy experience. Focus on flexible or large Navy. For doctrine bonuses on fleet in being. Convoy interdiction. I suppose I'll have to say it's a large Navy even though it's not. And a cruiser effort. Lets us cancel out a bunch of ahead of time penalty for cruisers, so we can dive in deeper for cruiser. Or we could say flexible submarines and destroyer effort. We're going on there. Aviation effort gives us air experience at a free airbase. And bonuses on doctrines and research all around there. Army effort gives us some Army experience and faster land doctrine research. Bonuses for equipment types, for doctrines. And more so, and more so. And eventually bonuses for trying out armor, heavier equipment, special forces. Tension's back down. Everyone's really already getting over the Rhineland and the ongoing civil war. No one thinks we should mobilize. I guess this is in fact still peaceful. We're just downplaying this whole Spanish Civil War thing. You know, Germans and Russians fighting each other under foreign flags. This is nothing to get worked over about. We've seen football riots bigger than this war. Situation normal, everything is calm. Let's see, every month I'm getting another 180 recruitable manpower. Where more generally I'm getting 12,000 additional manpower, but most of that is earmarked for regular, boring civilian life. But could change. We'll just continue to spectate. That northern pocket is closed off. Navarra has been taken into nationalist hands. They're looking pretty squeezed over here along the coast. I suppose a big question about the state of the war right now would be if any Republican divisions were trapped in there, or if they were able to, like, evacuate and reposition themselves. Closing a pocket like that would give the nationalists the upper hand in numbers. 34 to 38 on that side. 21 to 40. They may have gained a bit of an edge. If the word world were too peaceful, that'd just be boring. Someone has to keep life interesting, and if the Spaniards are up to it, all power to them. How hard would it be to build a warship with my current resource shortfalls? Two steel and an oil to build one of my basic destroyers. Where apparently I know multiple variants of destroyer. It's not even just a... like that's the baseline. Or do I just have duplicates? Because these all look to be Class 1 destroyers. Or, yeah, I have Saguenay, I have VW, and I have Class 1 C-Class light cruiser. Seeing here how many points of work it takes to build one. Yeah, benchmarking-wise, the fact that it would take an entire year for me to build one convoy with the current state of my dockyards, when those cost 70, and a fight boat costs over 1,000, several thousands for a larger fight boat. At least we're actually filling all of our needs for those weapons. Did anyone buy more of our stuff? Still just the 1 point from trade. Man, I got all this material on the market and no one's biting. Is there a difference here between two? If I went to research, I actually know of more than one class of know the VW, the Ottawa, AKN. Down, Queen Elizabeth. Hey, King George! Yeah, it looks like what is happening here is something I'd already expected would be reasonable. That we, at least on the Navy tree right now, we have the flavor and skins of the Royal Navy. If we build boats, we build British boat designs. And that's entirely sensible. That fits what is going on. Did not also inherit British, say, vehicles or planes. These guys aren't even fighting, they're just looking at each other. What do you think England's gonna do? There's a war on, you know? What are you doing loafing about? Most of the fighting is over there. It is indeed mostly concentrated around Madrid. There doesn't seem to be any activity out around like Zaragoza or Barcelona. Well, these cities with their lovely... well, the stars indicate the capitals of the respective countries right now. So the Republicans are operating out of Madrid. The Nationalists are operating out of Zaragoza. And all the other cities that have little points here. They are the capitals of their respective states. And worth more victory points. As are used for weighting surrender progress. Non-aggression packs with, for a folk. Military access through Britain. And just receiving Russian volunteers. And the Nationalists are only receiving German volunteers. Like it's raining a little out here. Weather effects will happen on the map randomly in accordance with areas of terrain, and they will put modifiers onto combat. Alright, there we go. Now they're launching an attack up north. Somebody's fighting. And our construction effort has begun. Free civilian factory, thanks to politics. Lobbying in progress. Lobby for victory. Let's get another one of those. Soon we'll have a whole project's worth of civilian industry. Yeah, weather is nicely animated. I very much applaud this hybrid map mode that they have constructed as the baseline for viewing. This consolidates what would have been like 3 or 4 different kinds of map in a previous Hearts of Iron into just a single display that has all the information. We're seeing borders, we're seeing terrain and rivers, we're seeing weather effects all together at once. Like, in time lapses elsewhere, it's very nice to look at a big open area like the Western USSR when the winter months come in and just watch all the snow spread down from the north and envelop all this area as the winter arrives. And the other maps that do exist. Strategic Navy map for boat management. We don't have much need of it right now. I could, just for demonstration's sake, go ahead and have our Navy do an exercise where you see here we have boats sitting here, currently uncommanded. I can assign them to something. Let's see, so how boats work. We have our 2 boats here in this level 4 harbor, commanded by previously no one, but yeah. Here you go, you're in charge now. Engagement rules. The fleet. Very priority high, I would like them to get maintained. Let's see, getting to know interface. Do I just put them on the move? Alright, so there's up here, mission types. Holding, patrolling, search and destroy, convoy raid, or convoy escort. Various modes you can put them in that set their formation spread, where what that does is, when you take the boats and have them do something, let's have them just hypothetically convoy escort in the Newfoundland Sea here. So what happens is, you take the boats and you assign them to a zone, and they are present everywhere in that zone. And their formation spread determines, the wider the spread is, the more likely your fleet is to find somebody somewhere on this ocean. However, when they make contact, there will be fewer of them in the fight initially because they're all spread out. Tighter formation spreads, you have a lower chance of actually getting an engagement, but when you do, more of the fleet will be present and will be in the battle right away. And so you can take folks and assign them to up to 3 sea zones as long as they're adjacent to each other. Let's, if I were to do it, probably, yeah, Mid-Atlantic. You can see here the range limits on that fleet as well. There's only so far they can operate from their current home base. But yeah, I can assign them to up to 3 zones, and then if I let time flow, those 2 destroyers are now just out here hunting submarines and guarding civilian commerce. They're just simultaneously in all of this, everywhere, rolling the dice. But if I wanted to do them to do other things like raid or try to engage others either in a wide spread looking for targets or in a tighter spread moving as one, we can do that. Basic machine tools. Hello, good friend. Now we efficiency. And I have these bonuses from my focus for improving here. Improved machine tools aren't efficient till 37, so let's concentrate our industry. Focus! And from those machine tools, all of our efficiency caps have slightly improved. So at a rate of 1.7% per week, our rifle line and our tank line are going to crawl a little higher up as we optimize how to tank.
I wish that I can give you what you want, but something out of nothing is still nothing. All I can offer you is smiling, and as the true man of God, I know you believe me. Ever since the day he was known as the man on the bridge.
Well, that's still being worked on. I'm remaining prioritizing the reinforcement over the new stuff building, so that will wait. Arming a unit takes much less time than training it when you're producing, so the fact that that there was a pile of manpower allocated doing drills over here that is covering more of the necessary time. I got 8 guys in my basic block. I have a 9th on the way. Go ahead and make that 2 guys. Just 1 deep, just a layer, just 2 guys. Let's specifically, let's see, how many relevant ports do I have on the Atlantic coast? 1, 2, 3. 3 on the Atlantic. I actually have no relevant ports on the Hudson's Bay. And what's the 3 out here on the west coast. I'd like 3 cavalry each then on the garrison teams. Oh yeah, I just needed 1 of those. And I'll gradually reconfigure the cavalry militia into some kind of Coast Guard unit. Go ahead and cancel that. Oh, well, that is interface convenience. Wow, so like there's these pogs sitting on the map to remind me that there I have missions running, and I can just touch the pog and touch the navy that was working under that pog and have them do stuff, like go home, relax, patrol over. It was just a prank. Resources down. Low manpower warning kicking in since I did that. That's fine, we're gonna work with it. Still making things that don't go in my templates yet. I have no army experience. You are still gradually... you're actually walking instead of strat redeploying? Weird. Yeah, let's enable strategic redeployment. So there's 2 kinds of movement that units can engage in. Either regular move, where they're moving under their own power and behave normally, or strategic move, where they, like, pack up and get onto your transport network and get shipped somewhere. Strategic movement is much faster, but you cannot fight while you're in strategic movement. Like, after you arrive from a strategic move, you're gonna have, like, your morale drained and need a moment to reorganize yourself. So yeah, strategic move is for crossing a vast country and reassigning folks to new fields. Apparently there is an active sea zone over here we're kind of involved in. Or, right, that's where my 1 fleet was doing their thing. There they are. By hold, I meant go home. Just don't stay out, destroyers. Come on. Saginaw, Skina, get back here. Stay safe, boats. Fresh experience. Oh, hey, he's learned to be a spotter. Good. Some good practice you got in. Did he get any regular experience for doing that? No. But yeah, spotter. I'll take a free trade. Split off. Split off 1 militia and authorize this 1 team to do training. So I can have a bit of a drip feed of experience. Wait, hello. I have that political power I wanted to spend. Bennett, you're in. There we go. Now we're netting 1.3. Our little 15% bonus. Fighting continues. Line remaining steady. Yeah, since both of them have a backer, this seems like it's going to be a pretty even fight. Could go either way. Could just get enough tension to mobilize. And I may as well, on the expeditionary force here, assign some generals. Well, I had a general assigned earlier, but he got shuffled around due to interface. So I can have some portraits down there. Look at these smarmy fellows. Someday we'll go on an expedition and you'll be there. Gradually chipping away at the old tank deficit. Factory now predicted to early August. That's an improvement over late August. We get more civilian industry running. Still, no one is buying our exports. Okay, Australia is buying some of our steel, and that's it. That's the only folks who are importing anything from us. Thanks, Australia. We appreciate your patronage. Good customer friend, Australia. You're alright. Oh, back to just propping up the old lawn chair and watching the Spanish Civil War. Ooh, there's progress. That's one little shift in the front. Yup. 1936. Pre-war. How much X are we getting out of that? 0.006 from our 1 unit training is better than nothing. If we keep that up, we could perform like a single adjustment to a template after a whole year. After 2 years, actually. Yeah. In a year, we'd be able to adjust one template. The bigger benefit of running training is, of course, the direct benefit to the unit, wherein they have an experience rating there. And so there's multiple layers of experience. The baseline is green. Letting them finish their training time before deploying them takes them up to trained. Field training can take them from trained to, I think, seasoned is what level 3 is called. And then only actual combat can take them up to, like, veteran, hardened soldiers. We're now making 12 whole rifle a day thanks to our higher efficiency. Whole 2.5 tank a week. Marginal improvements. The lack of resources also cuts our efficiency gains as well as our regular old productivity. Once I pass enough civilian industry to keep one project running at full speed, just getting closer, then I'll start considering trading for a couple materials to improve those lines. Civil War, you say? Oh wait, hello. There's a bit of an attempted breakout, but it looks like there's pockets now. This could go either way. If those get close, that'll mean some destroyed Republican division, or nationalist divisions. A chance of an advantage for the Republic. Bit on our intel here. The numbers are still looking pretty similar. 22 to 49. 16 to 43. The Republicans might be getting the upper hand in units in the field. Four military factories and 7 civilian against the nationalists with 4 and 8. So economically, very similar grounds. Wonder, resource-wise, what do you guys have or need? Importing rubber. Importing oil. Importing aluminum and have a little of your own. Producing steel. Apparently not exporting any steel, maybe? And running conscription, export focus, and surprisingly, they're still in civilian economy, both of them, despite being at war. Maybe they just can't spare the power. Really done that construction efficiency. Oh, they had nice, like, weather noises when weather's occurring. You just hear the rain. Very nice. Oh, we got movement. We got a live one here. That's a Republican attack. And this... yeah, that's getting driven back. We got two Republican spearheads kind of forming here. Pockets haven't been closed yet, but there's no telling how long they'll be able to hold out. We might be looking at a leftist win in the Spanish Civil War. Also not sure how tight the surrender ratios are for this. Yeah, that line is shifting firmly. They have taken the initiative. They're on the offense. Have any way to further measure what's going on? Oh, they've started exporting steel again. They're doing well. Wish we could be there with a couple of folk. We have nothing to spare. To interact with either Spain, for the most part, we'd need to be larger, I believe, but potentially, if I had set out wanting to get involved in that war, I could have taken the political focuses and gone into interventionism, where if I were going in that direction, I would at this point be working on interventionist focus. Would give me the ability to send volunteers regardless of world tension. And then by going farther down that, I'd be lowering the army size requirements on volunteers until eventually I'd be able to just dive in there. Construction 2 is advanced, so yeah, let's excavate. Also, wait, I'm pretty sure there's another layer of that menu that I didn't see because the tech tree is wider than my screen at this resolution. Yes! Way the hell over here on the far right of production tech. Synthetic oil. Where you can research into these to gain the ability to make synthetic oil plants for oil and rubber, domestically made, and gradually upgrade your capacity to synthesize. Since we have connections with the right folks, we'll just be able to import regular oil when we need it. No hassle. Let's see, just industry effort-wise, but pop over here to the middle. It would be nice if this element of the UI scaled in response to your resolution that you choose. So yeah, I got one there. Adding some infrastructure. To a couple of zones. That's nice, but not great. Mostly that's a hump that I'm trying to get over in order to reach. I get 2 more civilian factory over here. And then it's the research slots way down that way. Beelining for the research slots. And the construction effort. So I've got 3 more free civilian factory that I'm going to get out of the focus tree. 3 military factory for free. I might actually forego the political focuses for the most part. Don't think I'll go as far as Liberty Ethos at least. That has direct benefit. Neutrality, on the other hand, doesn't seem like it's going to do much for me. Yeah, tech sharing's good. We'll see. Once we're done with that, I might shift over to Navy focus. Or try to get them boat yards. Oh yes! Yeah, base naval focus will give me 3 free boat yards. I definitely want that. 3 boat yards and 25 naval exp. I'll have to just decide which way I want to go on that front. I'll just overnight quadruple our number of boat yards. $300% more boat. We might even be able to build a whole boat. A whole fighting boat. Let's see. Yeah, and 1 oil. Steel. And the 1 tungsten. Tungsten is wanted for the cannons. Yep, there we go. The offensive is well underway. That's some healthy forward pushes that the Republicans are making. Barring some sort of fearsome reversal, looks like they've got things under control. Yeah, they've, over here in the middle, they've nearly pushed all the way to the Portuguese border, so that will let them isolate and crush the folks down here around Seville. And they can focus all their efforts north. Divide and conquer. Could just as well be not using our dockyard for anything right now. I mean, 100 seems like a healthy number of convoys. By the time we finish a convoy from this, we might have the techs that I want for going in for my basic sub-hunting fleet. Both the Germans and the Soviets have sent volunteer regiments to back things up. Oh, Madrid is a little imperiled. Nationalists might be trying to counterpunch in the middle. Oh, and these folks near Burgos have been cut off. It's still anyone's game. 27 to 43 on their side versus 21 to 40. Looks like the numbers still slightly favor the Republicans, but they have what they need to try to reverse. We'll see. The world is watching, and only watching. Parliament barely approves of watching. I think the longer this... I feel like time is on the side of the Republicans with the way things are right now. Like, they've been doing industry focuses, they have a slight numbers advantage and a slight industry advantage, whereas the Nationalists are going in for political efforts. Which could pay off if they manage to, like, properly ally up with some other external power and get full-scale intervention going on, escalate things. But that feels like it'll take years to complete. Whereas the factories will be putting more boots on the ground right now. Zaragoza, you're in a dubious position. And construction effort, the opening of a new shoe factory. New shoes. Okay, infrastructure. Moving on down the line. To remind reliability and soft tech for just reliability. One of these looks to just be strictly better than the other. Are you missing a number? Shipbuilding, naval research, carrier buff, ship buff, screen range improvement, naval research, pure screen focus, more range, more sub-detection, more max speed. Probably going with Halifax Shipyard Limited then. Once that comes up. Or generic naval company. Alright, I think what's going on is I do have a couple of proper, like, national ones, and then this is the generic fallback that exists. Yeah, Armor Company Tank Designer is just the generic, purely, and Vickers Armstrong is a flavor one. Aircraft descent. Let time continue flowing while I'm mulling through the arms manufacturer catalog here. Let's see. Heavy fighter and tactical bomber. Fighter and carrier fighter. Strategic bomber. Or generic naval air company. Or yeah, these are two generics that I have access to. De Havilland and Canadian Car and Foundry light aircraft designer. Probably the fighter bonuses. I think the Air Force I'll set up will probably be mostly defensive. Focus on air cover, prevent enemy bombers from exploiting me. Arms, artillery, motorization. Electronics, industrial focus. Army experience and land doctrine, or air experience and research doctrine. Really, if I want passive experience in, I'm going to want the theorist. Meanwhile, Italy has successfully taken on Ethiopia. Let's see what the results of that look like. Yeah, Ethiopia was annexed. 2,000 points of equipment seized from defeated Ethiopia. Yeah, that was also happening at the start of the game. Just already in progress. Reducing world tension. The war concluded, though we did not see it start. Trying to liberate Ethiopia is a pretty good, like, first target to try and test out your army, flex your muscle, test your might. Let's see, what's supply limits like here? 25, 27, 26... 13 over here, although that's them for themselves with like friendly territory. That'll get chewed up quite a bit if actual fighting is taking place there. Back to the land fight. And yeah, they've got a kind of counter push running here around Zaragoza. The Burgos pocket is still holding out. And there's finally some fighting next to Gibraltar. Congratulations, Italy. It only took you half the year. Oh, our first factory is probably done. Yes. Good. Southern Ontario has finished its first new Buildup-a-jig. One will be ready January 9th. Only getting that 1 point from trade. Well, what are you waiting for? Your enemy is in sight. Go! Another new pocket over here. This is the in-game soundtrack. That's just sort of because I have it selected. All of Spain is all of Iberia is a single air combat zone. The aircraft that are involved in this war are just all grinding against each other all the time. Non-stop air grinding. Who has air advantage right now, if any? About a dozen planes for the Republicans, slightly less for the Nationalists. So there's very little air power being thrown around, but the Republicans again have a slight edge. their current layout. Five more days until we concentrate the industry. Factory harder. That recognition of man commuting is hell. If only I lived closer to where I worked. Only I worked closer to our suppliers.
I don't know where to begin or start, but you are the one.
Yeah, we make our industry from concentrate.
You know that it's true, and that time won't
Instant industry, just add water.
winter came spring.
Yeah, this is still pretty mixed, what's going on right now. It's a hell of a fight.
Song about the love of my life, and now
The 11th Olympics. World tension still horribly low. Everything is calm. Disgusting. And there's our research. No, yeah, we've got our first step into here. Still 36, so I think that's all the build-a-majig tech I need right now accounted for. So we start down the concentration path. Focus. And for basic radio detection, you know, like, yeah, when we're done with the computing, I can move on to that. Ed, it's 1936. Do you know where your warships are? Figure out the next level Ottawa class destroyer, by which to hunt. By learning of shovels, we have more shovels. We can shovel harder, shovel deeper, shovel for the good stuff. And yeah, once for my research stuff, I'm prioritizing things that involve bigger investments of time so I can get them started sooner. Well, obviously, first of all, I'm prioritizing the thing to get more things. Always learn of the industry, of the building. Build harder. Build early, build often. But then after that, after focusing on learn harder and build harder, starting with the various objects that take longer to build, so I can start them early, so I can have build-up of boats. One of the biggest barriers to entry of the naval game is how much startup time there is. You need to invest a lot into getting boats off the ground, into the water. Kind of defines the primary naval powers of the game. A great part of it is that they do walk into the scenario with substantial fleets already in place. The British, the Americans, the Japanese, they're all carrying forward a whole lot of ships from the previous war. Oh yeah, in terms of Dolores, if I go to the old trade screen, 10% more resource efficiency. Wondering whether that applies to the consumption side of things or the production. That would involve slightly different math, but yeah, that'd be another smidgen of oil. Yep, another steel and another 3 aluminum. We'll also both be able to dig into that a little harder once we're able to commandeer more of our exports by mobilizing. Someday. Someday, once somebody gets loud enough to justify it. That not getting the question mark, but we're not getting a number as a substitution either. Only we could crack the Spaniard code. I now would have enough industry to run a full project were it not for the consumer goods needs. Still projected for January. Real ugly front out here. Some of it's normalized, but some of that normalization has been them kind of pushing back. Burgos pocket is closed, but no sign of whether they probably were destroyed in that. 27 to 42 versus 13 to 35. Still have the upper hand in numbers. But for how long? Another common suggestion for a beginner country in Hearts of Iron is actually to be Spain. Just because very quickly the Civil War will happen, and then you'll have this fairly balanced and self-contained conflict just right on your doorstep. So you can see how fighting works. Although afterwards, a post-Civil War Spain isn't too great of a country to try to then go on to participate in other parts of the war. They're kind of small. You can still be irrelevant, whichever side you have win out. But you will not be a big fish without a whole lot of effort. You'll have to earn your place in the world and big in that fish. Still building up power. Still politicizing. Let's jump up to speed 3. Good cruising speed. The day is rumbling along a little faster. Bit by bit, chipping away at the gun debt. How much are you guys costing me in equipment? Percent attrition. Getting a 0.3% chance of tank loss and a 4.1% chance of gun loss. Statistically, very little. But they're trending down. That's enough of this nonsense. Jumping jacks are just far too expensive. The economy cannot bear so many push-ups. Yeah, our first convoy is built. 101 commercial boats. Convoys used for trade deals are provided by the importer, so we don't have to spend anything to furnish the steel that's going to Australia. That's entirely on them. They want it, they deliver it themselves. Delivery costs extra. Or no, it wasn't steel, it was aluminum. They're buying our aluminum. Forward to modify the government. Very good that I heard that notification pop this time. So what should I do? Got my power gain, friend. We don't have any current drift in popularity on our grid. So... industry, maybe. Theorists, yes. I get obsolete training by just having somebody sit in an office and think about war. Just write a book. You know, just take a map, take some wooden blocks, shuffle them around. Just meditate on violence. I'm up to 14 rifle production today. For various improved efficiencies. And 3 whole tanks a week. Nearly a tank every other day. And almost that precious monthly artillery piece. Let's buy a tungsten. Does Australia have tungsten? Trade menu. Right, Oceania, here's its own zone. Australia, do you tungsten? Please, send me your tungsten. I can only buy it in units of 8. In which case, I would rather go looking for steel. Do you have steel? You have steel. Give me steel. So we finish our infrastructure efforts. Good. Alright, so yes. We are now importing a small amount of Australian steel. Put our production back in line. Leaving us with a steel surplus. I should find something to do with that. We now have mediocre efficiency. Weekly cannons! That's the difference that supplies make. We went from, okay, maybe once per month I can give you an artillery piece, to just every week cannon, ready to go, like clockwork. Wave upon wave. Good shit. Now, infrastructure effort 2, or I'll dabble in the construction effort 3 here. Get those 2 extra factory running, especially if I'm going to start trading things. Push that factory back a couple of days. Yeah, if we just had some tungsten, we'd have cannons for days. Cannons per day. We're not even using them yet, but you know, once our theory guy, once Ken, just Kenneth Stewart, Ken is gonna figure out how to put a gun behind a man. Then we'll be in business. 100 days, Kenneth Stewart. It's, oh, and like, yeah, the steel for a convoy production, now it's 9 boats a year. That is the difference that the industry makes. Now that we can make the convoy out of metal? I don't know, what were we making? Were we trying to cobble something together out of wood? Fine woven asbestos? International trade convoys made of plywood. Where would I find oil? America. America is where I would find oil. America is where I could find everything. America being forced to export 80% of its vast material reserves. Yeah, I could buy anything I would want from the States. Without they don't have rubber. I need to get the rubber elsewhere. But I'm not using rubber for anything yet, so that's well and good. I could buy some American tungsten. Yeah, it looks like most of the Republicans' gains have been rolled back. The line is stabilized again, and there's a couple nationalist pockets there along the line. Zaragoza has held, Madrid has held, more importantly. Where would I get rubber? Who has rubber? The British, the Netherlands, the French, the Italians, but they are not exporting. Brazil has rubber. Liberia, Raj, Philippines, and Siam all have rubber. Nobody in the Middle East. Neighbor filter. Britain. America. That is all. Well, there's a bit of a coup. They can close that off, then that's good eating. Public is making steady gains. $23 to $42 versus $17 to $34. They now have a definite step up in civilian industry. They'll do alright. Yes, thus far, sitting now at hour 3 of the stream beginning, every system we have encountered is working as intended. However, we have not yet witnessed the arrival of more big war, or been directly involved in any fighting ourselves. I have spent a few moments juggling with bits of the interface on my first encounter with how they work. Corboda has been taken. But I am new here, and we'll get to see its ways. All in due time. Done with that mechanical computer. Yeah, someone noted as a complaint while looking through preview material that it's very weird that so many countries don't have artillery of some sort in their starting unit layouts. When, you know, these are armies that were largely being built up during the interwar period after World War I, when artillery was fiendishly important and everybody used all the artillery. Yeah, there we go. Here, you're taking the initiative again. Here on the move. Yeah, pockets closing. Into late 36. And they've captured Burgos, tentatively. It looks like they're managing to spread out in there. They could... This time, this might be it. Now they got all those pockets there that are under pressure, so each of those is at least one unit that's getting destroyed. These are on the verge of being encircled. Still moving out from Burgos. All the while, though, there is this counterattack that's getting close to Madrid. Even if this one does get reversed like the previous offensive, the fact that it's been the Republicans initiating each of these and the Nationalists being forced to react speaks well for the state of the war. As long as they're not, like, disproportionately losing out on material, which it looks like they're holding well. Based on our current intel, we're also now up another military factory. Seeing strong potential here. Of the two outcomes of the Spanish Civil War, Republican victory is a little more favorable for us. Nationalist Spain would be more likely to join in with the Axis. And the Republic, counter bubble there. You overextended, friend. Be careful. The Republicans, especially with how the Civil War has been going, are more aligned with the Comintern than they would be with any of we Western allies. So that just becomes a question of whether or not we are going to end up picking a fight with Russia, as can happen. So it started on radio. Where next industry tech's unlock in 37. I could do yet further concentrating and construction. Well, no, that's what the excavation team will move on to. Maybe radio over radar. I'll hold off on that. Not too pressing a concern. Let's try to wrap up some other 1936 things. Type 2 light tank. What if tanks were less garbage? Get some horses under the hood. Well, we have Ken. I could also do a little bit of land doctrine research, start shoring that up. In what I feel is an oversight with the tech tree right now, none of these doctrines have a year attached to them. They don't have that ahead of time mechanic at all. Instead, it's mostly that they are very expensive at base. Like each of these would take the better part of a year to figure out, but if you go in on the relevant focuses to get speed bonuses on your doctrines, then you end up just being able to very quickly blaze through the entire pile. They're holding Burgos, and they've created some further pockets behind it. They're getting somewhere. Whack indeed. You really have enough experience to start adding things to my militia. We can hear the fighting from our God's eye view. Also probably that particular fighting there. For all their words. They've nearly gotten up to Bilbao. Closing. And over there. Oh yeah, the nationalist capital was over here first. Zaragoza, so they've been forced to roll back that way. Construction effort. Yes, we are putting much effort into building. Job creation. Absolutely. Yeah, we go after those research slots. Why, hello there, Japanese volunteers. How did that happen? And I sent 2 volunteer regiments into nationalist Spain. Ah! Probably as a direct result, integrated of the Axis itself starting to form, the anti-Comintern pack. Infrastructure improves move speed and supply throughput of land it's built in. See, over here, 7 out of 10. More infrastructure, more supply capacity, you can fit more soldiers in there. By boat is how they got here? Japan is not at war with any... well, probably not. Did they start it? They haven't started anything yet. They are just taking it easy over there. What are the China's doing? Currently at peace. At peace and unaligned for the most part. You don't always need to be taking a focus at a given time. They might be trying to bank power to buy a minister or something. Buy ministers, influence people. Well, the folks at Gibraltar have started training. You guys aren't going to be the training batch anymore. Let's just fuse you back into the main pile.
I think about the days when I was young, and all the dreams I had to leave behind me. There will always be a place.
Yeah, these 8 divisions that I have here, plus the 2 more that are in training. And yeah, that tab. That's the one for that. Slowly training. A little bit at a time. Apparently they train faster if you have all their gear in place. Understandable. Prioritize those then. Get them out there. Once they are done, those 10, I think, will be a decent starting number to just form my core fighting line. And then when I go about adding any more units to the group, it'll be specialists of some sort. See if I can go about sculpting an armored spearhead. And speaking of... And now, nope, 10 experience to add any of those. 5 to add any new units to the main fighting line. I could strip the tanks out of these. Get them shuffled off to their own zone. 25 to add a new column. 5 to add things to an existing column. Oh boy, here we go, Republic. There we go, this is definitely the one. Nothing those volunteers are gonna do. Reverse this. Democracy. And perhaps some degree of anarchy. Victory for the public over the isms. And soon we excavate. I get to see where that number applies. Arrive in 37 and can also start with the start with construction first. Make our way from right to left. I want more buildings to build buildings. Then I want to boost the outputs and efficiencies of my other stuff. Oh, let's see. Resource-wise, what has this done? So it's not increased our output, or has it? Yeah, plus 10% showing up here. Yes, we now have our 33 aluminum, 13 steel, 2.2 oil. Very good. That little bit closer to just being able to make it on our own. We have that much more that we're exporting. If anyone would be willing to buy... Someone, please buy our aluminum. Surely someone wants aluminum. Yes, so that bonus applies to our resource output directly. Portugal has a lot of tungsten. 200 tungsten? What do you even do with all of that, Salazar? That tungsten. Anyway, flow time resumed. What have we managed to stockpile at this point? Just 28 cannons, 147 support gear. Portugal remains primarily neutral. Keep in mind that the political mechanics are not necessarily about representing the ideologies. The important thing on the pie chart is willingness to enter active military alliance. So the little brown slice of the pile there is not necessarily all of the fascists in the country, or all of the fascist political leanings. It is all of them serious enough about it to be like, let us go sign up on Team Hitler. The neutrals are there for, regardless of whatever else they might believe, they believe that they want to stay out of the World War. They have not picked a side. Alright. Turn. Boat builder. Heck. Get more political power in exchange for army experience. Nah, that doesn't seem wise. Ship and screen boost. Convoy rating. Air experience gain. Reduced accidents. George Croyle believes in air safety. And the regulars, artillery, air superiority, armor, forces units. Okay. Feeling either of my industrial concern or my boat builder? Go with the industrial concern first. Build. Whatever else we're planning to do, we need industry to get it done. An extensive list of factories that want to exist. Oh, that'll be ready in June. Well, the next of them. Because we did finish the one in January. Now up to a whole 20 civilian industry. Still just our 5 military, but that's because we haven't started throwing the focuses into it yet. Well, let's carry on with our benchmark here. How many Polands are we? We're half a Poland of military production, 1 Poland of naval production, and about a Poland of civilian industry. We have a much bigger air force than we do. Far more boat, which isn't saying much when we only have the 2 boat. And quite a bit more army. So yes, economically, we are, like, still close to a Poland. Which is a fine thing to strive for. Let's see what resources are in Poland. We have some oil. And some steel. Everything else they have to import. What resources are left in nationalist hands? Nothing on the mainland, pretty well. They're about to lose control of this steel over here, so yeah, their military production is about to collapse. Oh, they have further steel from sympathies in Africa. The governor of Morocco is on side. That won't help him. Surely, this will be fine. Nothing could go wrong for them from here. Let me see something here. Is there anywhere in this that puts a number to how much work a factory does? There are numbers on how much things cost to make. Let's see, a civilian factory here costs 7,200 points of work. Output is 5. Yeah, 5 points of work from a civilian factory. Let's go look at some of our other numbers and see what they do. Production. Bit over 7 points of work out of 2 factories. Over here with 1. Getting 3.5 production from each military factory right now. Oh, that's also the value post-efficiency rating number crunching. Our boat yards are currently doing 1.7 work. Work while functioning at about half efficiency. And we've learned of the Ottawa class. Figuring out that destroy boat. Let's also figure out this cruise boat. And then let us investigate if we wanted to just flip things over. Convoys, not so much. Let us focus on a boat. You get deployed to Nova Scotia. Should cause the factories to reassign and propagate up there. Nine convoys a year. Let's cancel that. Doesn't look like it's building efficiency anyway. It would take 2 years at current efficiency just to build this one destroyer. So if we were able to import some oil and cure the resource shortfall, that would put us at 1 year for 1 boatyard to build 1 destroyer. With the 4 boatyards we could have from the Navy focus, that would take us up to 4 destroyers a year-ish. We can keep them well-oiled. Oh, let's trade. America. Send me an oil. It hurts me to do that, because we do have an internal oil supply. If we weren't being forced to export half of it, we'd be able to cover this on our own. The laws must change. Infrastructure effort. Go. That we can go into our research slots. Get that all ramped up. There, so now, with the oil, 1.16 years. Trim that down further when we get the other industry texts. We learn more about build and tool. Man, who would even buy 1 oil when you trade in units of 8? Those were the research slots. I'll take the naval effort for the boatyard. And ramp up boat production. Something vaguely winnable, usable, usable. Then we arm. Republicans are cleaning up the south and getting ready to close the net up north. Portugal could give us the tungsten. I could buy the tungsten from Portugal. What's leaving me very on the fence and hesitant to do so is the fact that we're only consuming, or would want to consume, 1 tungsten right now. And we have to buy it in packs of 8. So, and you don't stockpile resources, they're a bandwidth. So a surplus resource is wasted. This is wasted. This horrid garbage. You know, what's something we could be building that would use our aluminum? Dead planes. Just planes. Plane support equipment uses a little bit of aluminum. But more steel. We don't have factories to make those cannons. We need to finish... Once we arm up, then we'll have more capacity for consumption and have reason to bring in the new materials. Well, this is an aspect of the mechanics that is presenting me an obstacle right now. That's not a gripe, pointing that out. I like the dynamics that this creates. Perhaps a little bit of a gripe of the coarse grain of only being able to trade in units of a factory to 8 units of material. You know, that sub-8 quantities of resource are not relevant when we do have... When we're sitting here as a country that has to offer 1 oil when no one should buy 1 oil. What's France up to? Yeah, focusing on defense. Strongly democratically aligned, but also a lot of communist popularity in there. It might be nice to have numbers other than 8, but on the other side, I do appreciate the coarseness of the directness, the simplicity, the elegance of just turn factory into material at a one-to-one thing. Add these boatyards up the priority tree. Another thing for gameplay balance, pretty much every building, like civilian factory and oil refinery are among the most expensive buildings. The only things that cost more than these are rocket and nuclear sites. The rest of these things take relatively small amounts of work to construct. Yeah, you got this, Ben. Hypothetically, if we had 4 boatyards, we'd be running 3.3 destroyers a year. 5 would get us that 4 per year margin. On that one line. As you can see on there, there's a limit of 15 factories per production line. Get that cap, you need to then, if you want more of that thing, start spilling over to another production line. Hey, there's that magic number of 10 experience. Let's put cannons in the army. So for some units, like artillery, you have the option of either putting them in the support zone, where you're sending fewer of them, but they're like more flexible. There's different amounts of stats that you will get and different costs. Like over here, some defense, some breakthrough, some soft and hard attack, increased supply weight, little cut to organization, 84 production cost. Whereas if I then instead put some artillery on the front line, they're going to be dealing a lot more damage, but I'm also putting more of them in there. They have 36 guns and 500 guys versus 24 guns. Also, the support version of this is not incompatible with being para-dropped. Oh, well, support stuff is a bit more flexible. Really, artillery is something I want in there. I do want all of these in there eventually, but I'll have time to purchase them all before the war starts. Engineers, defense, breakthrough, and a little bit of attack, and trench bonuses. Recon, give me defense, breakthrough, a little bit of attack, and a recon bonus. I'll start with the cannons. Keep it simple. There we go. Now, finally, we're in artillery debt where we belong. 172 more cannons needed to populate our teams. I'll aim to put each of those support things on our core line divisions. Possibly more as we discover other material. I could go digging into other kinds of support equipment to attach to them. Or over here, let's see what else exists. Police, those are better at garrisoning. Maintenance, improving. Tell me about your details. What do you do, maintenance company? Will you not tell me? Really, I should be able to see that from here. It seems weird that I wouldn't. Presumably that would improve reliability of equipment and reduce breakdowns. Motorized division. What's your historic date? Apparently now. I could start dabbling in the motor infantry right away, which I think I will with some sort of extra research slot I've just unlocked. Good day, friend. Now we get the other one. We'll have. Oh, I need at least 50 factories before I can go for that top level. Alright. Very well. I guess we have to do armament then. Or boats, right. Boatyard. Boatyard, then we arm. We have a total of 26 factory right now. So we'll scrape up a few more, but then we'd still be short of research slot number 5. At least we have 4. That's a good improvement. So it's maintenance, and then from motorized we can get at field hospitals, logistics, and signal companies. We devise the radio. Let us figure out in the motor infantry. What if man had a car for fighting? Oh, the Hindenburg went down. 35 dead. Terrible. How inhumane. Magic. A well and truly awful thing. That's one of a few random flavor events that can actually go either way and like produce different secondary bleed-off events based on the outcomes. In some games, the Hindenburg will not explode and instead just complete a peaceful, friendly journey across the sea. If only we had war blimps. We could find a use for our aluminum. And yes, we can afford another minister, so... Yes, my boatman. Yeah, I want them screen bonuses. Halifax shipyards, congratulations, you now get favorable arms contracts from them. Boat range should have improved. Be able to scrape out a little harder. Alright, yeah, they can operate around Europe if they have to, just by way of British bases. Wait, what you're about. HMCS Saguenay. Now it's a speed, 1500 kilometer range. Agent organization health, reliability. Tiny bit of supply weight. 200 sailors aboard. 2 firepower, 3 torpedo attack. 10 points of depth charge. 14 fire range, 2 anti-air. No bombardment, no substantial armor. 1 port capacity, has 1 visibility, 2 detection, 6 sub-detection. A fine boat. Oh, and back in there. You have a history tab, so I can keep track of what you get up to once you have some accomplishments under your belt. Good. Soon you will have a younger brother, sister, boat sibling. Read it well, or you will suffer. And we've learned of Light Tank 2, which will give us the chance to break out over into Medium Tank once we get forward to deeper years. That's nice. Yeah, my cruiser research is being worked on. Looks like we have a sub-branch for convoy rating, an escort branch, for destroyer boosting, and then we have a capital ship branch, which also includes some sub-hunting stuff. This won't take too long to get into as we're getting closer to the fight. Let's improve my fighters. At some point we'll take to the sky. Eventually. And let's see, production-wise. I'm definitely willing to abandon our mystery interwar tank. Switch over to like tank but better. So for that we lose some efficiency. We would lose more efficiency if we were making a more drastic change, or less if we were making a gentler change, like a better version of Light Tank 1, but instead we have Light Tank 2, so we're set back in efficiency. We'll build them slower, but we'll build them better, tougher, faster, costing slightly more steel. Very good. Over and spin. The efforts continue. And we just have our one expert. We just have Ken sitting in his office, thinking about if, hypothetically, you had sent boys into this war, what would you do with them? Sitting there theory crafting. We've bought him a nice armchair in which to do his war thinking. Little tension up at 2. Yeah, it looks like the Germans and the Japanese have sent 2 more folks in to support the war. Not sure that could get them the win, though. Let's see. 70 to 45 on the Republic side. 9 to 18 on the Nationalist side. They're just delaying the inevitable. Surely there will be no breakout or sudden reversal. Everything is fine. Peace in our time. In a year, we'll be out of artillery debt, even without the tungsten. Our plucky little arms manufacturers are soldiering on. They'll be able to clear up the small arms shortage in a season. A rifle in every hand. Tank production's gonna be slow, though. Now, once we're out of rifle debt, I might shift that factory over. I focus on getting the new armor and the better armor. Yeah, the more and more better armor position. Support equipment is continuing to build up, but that, you know, it's earmarked for something. 290 support equipment. Some amount of that is going to become our engineers. Construction, the next level. Resources, the next level. Yeah, more machine tooling. Next level of shove. Yeah, they've kind of assigned Canada a bit less raw material than I was expecting. We did a lot of producing and exporting of stuff. Raw material extraction, kind of a load-bearing part of our economy for much of our history, including now. There's our little convoy route to Australia. Any hostile naval activity in the zones along that line would be able to try to harass our convoys and disrupt our supply line. The British have reinforced Gibraltar in response to the shenanigans. Amelia Earhart has vanished. This wouldn't have happened if she had a blimp. We're getting a little bit of intel on... It looks like there's a batch of volunteers hiding out in the harbor. Well, the civilian factory popped though, so that's all well and good. We'll have our next in October. Flip the boatyard into our priority list. To that point, let's slip all the boatyards in there. Just about, well, let's see, this. At 11, that'll bring us to 12, 13, 14, 15, not accounting for the, like, percentage differences. We'll alternate. I don't know if there's much in the way of opportunities to discover new resources within your existing territory. The resource side of things seems largely static. And we have naval effort for boats. A fine focus. No, we could... no, we have half the requirements for rocket effort. We need to go through the whole air thing first. Effort for boats. For politics... it's only 3 focuses deep to do armament. Yeah, let's get all those mill factories up and running. Hey Spain, you want some aluminum? Get you some real nice aluminum. See, they have 90% unity. They are going to be very hard to chase down. This must be complete and total annihilation. 30 total industry. Good stuff. Total tension still too low for me to mobilize. Painful. Okay, speaking of tension, we should be able to get some more Marco Polo Bridge incident. Japan and China are about to have it out. There could be war at any time, hopefully soon. Hopefully at least 4 points of war on the global peace scale. Alright, we got one out of the border incident itself. Come on, Japan. What are you waiting for? Escalate. They're working on it. Surely, by the end of the summer, they will have sorted out the exact phrasing necessary for their war declaration. $180. Some large numbers of boat. That is Royal Navy doing as it does. What units does one measure peace? Okay, there we go. Yes. Alright, this is where they stick the window for keeping track of current wars. There's been, yeah, as we've observed, there's been very little momentum, very little change in recent times. Okay, this is here as a convenience for highlighting the sea and air combat zone of whatever province you have selected. Slowly but surely, we're gonna figure out how to put some build boys to a unit. What if we had somebody, like, you know, go out ahead of the army and just check stuff? Alright, there's our cruiser design. And yeah, I'm gonna focus purely on screens for the sake of just a sub-hunting fleet. In other hearts, it would be pretty reasonable to, like, you can make a reasonable surface action fighting group out of light ships and then just going to heavy cruisers as a capital vessel. If you're, you know, a medium country that wants to participate in the boat fight, you could dabble in it by having cruiser attack swarms. I am not going to cross the line over into big ship, though. Not for these folks. They are for support. They are for cleaning trade lines. Yeah, let's... Envoy sailing, or no, I want the long-term payout of concentrating the industry. Gotta focus up on my building things. Ah yes, cavalry, motorized, mechanized, and leg infantry. There is sense in the term, but it makes it no less goofy to look upon. So try to pick up some specialist infantry types. Marine, mountain, paratroop. And okay, that's what it is. The free division templates that show up are attached to technologies. So potentially when I grabbed light armor, did that hand me a tank template, or will I be on my own? Nope. I have to find my way somewhere else. Probably I'll just create like a dual purpose, like homogenized, motorized infantry and tank together unit. Oh, and these new regiments are finally armed and trained. Well, almost trained. Very nearly done training. And then they'll be able to head off on their merry way and join their respective fields. Good. That's less of a drain on my resources. We'll be able to stockpile equipment again. Someday we might crawl our way out of being low manpower. They tried to push back, but now there's just a pocket. Chipping away at them. Spectator war. New tension. Italy has spent volunteers into the Nationalist Front. All coming together to try to hold the line. Spanish War is holding out a lot longer than I had anticipated. Yeah, if I'd gone in on those focuses, I probably could have put myself in a position to send aid of my own. I'd offer all kinds of economic aid if anyone wanted to buy some aluminum. Oh yeah, and I got this free boat experience as well from the Navy focus. You can use that for vehicle customization if I wanted to dive on into production down here at my boat. Can use that to take either of these designs and go adding modules such as anti-sub warfare upgrades. Can't afford much. I could afford one tick of upgrade. And AA guns, torpedo attack, or anti-sub warfare for that. Southampton, going for gun, reliability, air for engine. So yeah, how it's looking like our boat force is going to work out is we will have the destroyers hunting submarines, just a big old swarm of destroyers, and then a handful of destroyer-leading cruisers to escort them around, just in case any substantial foe boat appear. Alright, so artillery, small arms, or motor. Feeling Canadian Car and Foundry for the air research team. Maybe de Havilland. I could go for heavy fighter instead of small fighter. In which case there's research I'd want to reassign right now. Our difference here. Yeah, heftier, longer range fighter versus a small interceptor. That's usually more what I'm into. Yeah, we're losing some progress on there from having changed my mind, but that's not the worst thing that could happen. Better to have made the change and found a new direction. Alright, de Havilland. Let us make larger plane, tougher plane. None of this tiny plane garbage. Let's see, production, go ahead and pre-allocate a spare factory to the tank line. You can go into... There's multiple paths. There's jet versions of all the aircraft. It was just one side of the box. Jet fighter being where all of these converge. And over here there is jet tactical and strategic bomber. So, no, there's no heavy jet fighter. So we might end up diving down there anyway, long term, depending on if I carry this into the post-war years. Since the basic jet fighters only show up in 45, and then the advanced ones in 50. Alright, there's our arming efforts and our first free milfec. Let's see. Basic army and aviation efforts. Those will come into play after I'm done with the arming. Yeah, finish arming, dabble in liberty. Keep the weapon focus would give us better electronic stuff. Stretch goals. This will be after we've covered our fundamentals. For now, finish arming. Finish arming, dabble in liberty. Then we'll go grab the, intro doctrine improving. Put effort into our... Japan is declaring wars. Yes! Good! Perfect! Look at that. The globe is a tiny bit on fire now. 10% on fire as Japan attacks its first warlord. And they have their war goal for going after nationalist China. So we are getting some opportunities very soon. They have the political power for it. We mobilize. There we go. 19%. That's some proper inflaming. And the Russians are sending volunteers to help China. Good. Good. We're getting somewhere. Now this is sport, and Spain still isn't even quite done yet. Alright, they've managed another successful shove forward. They've isolated the two cities. Split the front. They can now work on condensing one side and holding the other. Good luck to you, Republic of the Spains. Alright, we're now making 3 tanks a week. As our efficiency works on recovering. Oh, and we're back in steel deficit, primarily because of the boatyards. When the time comes, we punch the Hitler. The question of which one and where. And look at us, almost done refilling all of our soldiers. everyone will actually have the equipment we said they would. And our new units are rolling out. We now have 2 soldiers who aren't part of the army yet, properly. You guys have the order to garrison the east. You belong there. You are already in there. There's the other one. He just materialized. Welcome aboard. That's our 10 line infantry. We put bullets in the guns this time. Yeah. Tiny little infantry equipment surplus. Ease that back. Try to lean harder on the tanks. $12 is more than 8. Let's import some US steel. Just some. Not all. We still have building to do. But we also have boating to do. And there we go. Closing moments of the Spanish Civil War. Surely there will be no sudden reversal. Go ahead and secure the rest of that. And let's see how things are starting up on the Far East. Plenty of fighting has broken out there, and Japan has already launched a little attempt at a naval raid over here and down here. The AI has gotten much better at launching amphibious assaults here in Hearts 4, which is to say they try it at all, ever. Sometimes even succeed. Yeah, Balearic Islands aren't worth any victory points. A few points down in Africa. They might need to go into Morocco. No points in the Canaries. Let's see, there's a victory point. No, that's a faction mode. Let's see. Close mode. It does not look like this. Nope. No victory point mode. You can't get a good summary of where their points are. If we can, I've just overlooked where the relevant button is.